Close your eyes, let the weight of the day fall gently away, and breathe into stillness. Tonight, I'll guide you through a sleep story woven from the oldest whispers of the world. Imagine soft pages turning, voices carried across centuries, revealing fragments of civilizations said to exist before time began. The hush of night wraps around you, and with every breath, you sink a little deeper, safe, calm, unhurried. These ancient texts are not here to startle or to demand, but to comfort, to let mystery flow like a quiet river beside your rest. Don't need to remember every word, only the feeling, the rhythm, the slow drift of thought into dream. Settle into the quiet. Let curiosity be a lantern, glowing softly in the dark, and allow yourself to drift, carried by echoes of forgotten worlds, into the gentle embrace of deep sleep. Before the first word was spoken, we begin in silence. Not the silence of peace, but the silence before memory, before the mouth-formed sound, before sound birthed story. This is not where history begins. This is where the forgetting began. Because once, before the floodwaters rose, before the stones fell and the temples sank, there was another world, not made of bronze or iron, but of remembrance, of harmony, of light. Across the deserts of Egypt, the forests of Mesoamerica, the high plateaus of Sumer, whispers remain encoded in clay, etched in temple walls, folded into sacred chants. They do not speak of a beginning, they speak of a return. Tepi, the first time, an age when the gods did not rule from heaven, but walked among the people, not as myths, but as memory embodied. The Sumerian King List recalls kings who reigned for tens of thousands of years before the flood, not allegory, but accounting. The Popol Vuh speaks of 4 worlds before ours, each destroyed in succession. The Book of Enoch tells of watchers who fell from the stars, bringing with them forbidden knowledge and the price of corruption. The Rigveda sings of ancient cities, cosmic wars, and fireborne chariots long before the wheel was supposed to exist. These are not stories, they are what remained when the old world broke and language became a cage. We are taught that civilization began with the Sumerians, that writing began with trade, that gods are metaphors. But what if none of that is true? What if writing was not invention, but translation, not an evolution of language, but a desperate act of preservation? A last attempt to hold on to what the waters had taken. What if the first texts, the true firsts, were not poems or prayers, but warnings? In Sumer, the first cuneiform tablets did not describe agriculture or law. They listed kings, catastrophes, and beings called Eni. They told of Eridu, the first city, gifted to man by gods who came from the sky, not in parables, but in coordinates. They counted the days before the deluge as a record, not a myth. In India, the Mahabharata describes cities leveled by celestial weapons, ashes falling like black rain, chariots that move with the roar of thunder, and time itself splitting. Is this poetry? Or are these fragments of a world older than time as we measure it? In Egypt, the pyramid texts do not say this is the beginning. They say we remember. They call out to the stars, not as foreign lights, but as ancestors, as places of origin, as home, and across all of it, the flood, not one flood, but the flood, the great unmaking, the moment the veil fell and the gods stepped back into the myth. A single event echoed across every language, every shore: Sumer, Babylon, Greece, India, Peru, even in the cold stones of the north. The Norse remember Ragnarok, not as the end, but as a restart. Why does every culture speak of a world before this one, unless it once existed? The pattern is everywhere, if you learn to see it. In myth, we find kings who live too long, gods who fall too far, temples that remember what no living priest can explain. We find knowledge out of time, surgical tools. In Neolithic tombs, star maps carved 12,000 years ago, magnetic anomalies beneath the Antarctic ice, and always the pattern: memory, flood, rebirth, not progress, cycle. What if civilization is not a ladder, but a wheel, turning through golden ages and dark epochs, from Tepi to Atlantis, from Mu to Lemuria, from stars to dust, to stars again? We did not begin in the mud and rise, we fell, and we've been trying to remember ever since. What if Eden was not a paradise lost, but a civilization erased? What if the gods did not abandon us, but warned us? What if the first texts were written in panic, not pride? Ancestral fire passed through trembling hands, inscribed in stone because memory fails, buried deep because eyes forget, and hidden because we weren't ready to see. In the caves of Lascaux in France, the oldest art in the world depicts stars, not animals, constellations drawn 17,000 years ago. The Pleiades, Taurus, Orion. In the Dendera zodiac of Egypt, time is mapped in cosmic cycles, not in decades, but in great years minus 25,920-year turns of the sky. And every cycle ends the same way, with water, with fire, with silence. The ancients were not primitive, they were remembering, and they feared we would forget again. Even the Bible hints at this. Genesis does not say the earth was created from nothing. It says, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. That is not a beginning. That is a reconstruction. The Hebrew word tahu v'ebu, void and formless, implies a state after destruction, chaos, not innocence. So we return to the silence, the one that came before the first word. Not because there was nothing, but because something unspeakable was lost. The oldest scrolls are filled with gaps, texts missing pages, glyphs eroded just enough to obscure meaning. Fragments, always fragments, like someone tried to tell us everything and was stopped, or perhaps silenced. Maybe it wasn't time that erased the past. Maybe it was will. Maybe someone or something didn't want the memory to survive. Across the oceans, scattered among dust and stone, there are remnants that do not belong. Megaliths with no quarry, stones that hum with magnetism, maps older than continents, symbols repeated across cultures that supposedly never met the spiral, the serpent, the star. How did they all remember the same things? Unless they once shared the same origin. Before the flood, there were builders, but they didn't just build with stone. They built with meaning, with alignment, with knowledge of stars, harmonics, and time. Their temples weren't places of worship. They were instruments, encoded texts in limestone and basalt, designed to hold memory through the forgetting. And we, the inheritors, walk among ruins thinking we are their ancestors, when perhaps we are their children or their shadows. In the end, All that remains is the echo, the broken chant, the myth, told by firelight, the tale dismissed as fantasy, the text buried, censored, burned, but stories do not die. They mutate, they wait, and now they rise. This is not the beginning. This is the descent. We are not climbing toward truth. We are falling into memory, and somewhere beneath the sands, the silt, the stone, the first word waits, not to be read, but to be remembered, because what was lost was not just a civilization. It was a covenant between stars and soil, between man and the divine, a sacred agreement that knowledge once earned must be guarded. And when the cycle breaks, when pride outgrows wisdom, that knowledge must fall. So they wrote in stone, because paper burns. They carved into mountains, because empires crumble. They buried their wisdom, because the surface is too fragile. They told their secrets in story, in fable, in myth, in riddles, wrapped in gods and monsters. Not because they believed in fiction, but because only metaphor survives the flood. Maybe that's why every tale of origin sounds the same. Why the Hopi speak of emergence from previous worlds. Why the Dogon holds secrets of Sirius B long before telescopes. Why Polynesian chants recall a time when the sky tilted and islands drowned. Because these aren't isolated stories. They are chapters of a book no one remembers writing, but everyone feels they've read before. And so we wander between museum walls, among shattered temples, through ash-filled libraries, looking for what we were never meant to forget. The shape of a memory just outside language. It lingers in the symbols, in the feathered serpents, the winged discs, the open hands. It speaks through the silence of ancient scripts. It hums beneath the thresholds of sacred sites. It calls from the void before the first word. Maybe it was never lost. Maybe it was buried, waiting for the right memory to return. And as we descend further into stone, into myth, into the dream behind the story, we begin to hear it again, that ancient voice, older than the flood, older than time, whispering, "This has happened before." The Sumerian King List reigns before the flood. Time, as we know it, begins with the flood. Everything before is marked not as history, but as myth, as if the waters didn't just drown cities, but memory itself. But in the mud-brick libraries of ancient Sumer, something survived, etched not in poetry or song, but in accounting, a list, plain, cold, numerical, and yet devastating in its implications. The Sumerian King List, a cuneiform tablet that quietly undoes the timeline we've been taught to trust. It begins with a phrase that changes everything. After the kingship descended from heaven, kingship was in Eridu, not founded, not invented, descended, as if kingship, and by extension, civilization, was not a human creation, but a divine bequest. Then comes the list, not legends, but names, not approximations, but numbers. Each ruler given a specific reign, not in years, but in tens of thousands of years. Alulim of Eridu, minus 28,800 years. Alalgar, 36,000 years. Enmenluana, minus 43,200 years. These are not vague, mythic archetypes. These are administrative records from a people known for their precision, a civilization that gave us contracts, taxation, and irrigation schedules, also gave us kings who reigned longer than empires, then a fracture. The list suddenly shifts. one line carved like a wound across the tablet's face. Then the flood swept over and time resets. Kings now reign in hundreds of years, then tens. The impossible spans collapse into mortal time. What changed? To the modern scholar, this is easy to dismiss. Mythology, embellishment, the ancient mind playing tricks. But the Sumerians were not vague dreamers. They were mathematicians, astronomers, engineers of time. They tracked Venus with stunning precision, divided the day into 24 hours, the circle into 360 degrees. And yet, when it came to their own origin, they wrote of immortal kings, divine reigns, and a world undone by a flood. Not once, not metaphorically, but line by line, like a ledger. Of the gods, we are left with two possibilities. Either a civilization this advanced, this mathematical, was wildly uncritical when recording its history, or they were trying to tell us something we refuse to understand. What if these reigns weren't symbolic? What if they weren't even earthly? What if the antediluvian kings were not human in the way we understand it? In Mesopotamian tradition, the Anuna, later known as the Anunnaki, were not mere spirits. They were judges, builders, bringers of law, and the first 8 kings of the King List. Each one is said to be tied to these heavenly ones. Some were said to rule from Eridu, the first city. Others from Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, and Shurapek, names now excavated from the earth. Their ruins real, their temples silent. But if these kings were gods, why list them as rulers? And if they were men, how did they rule for tens of millennia? The King List offers no explanation, only numbers, and Sumer is not alone. In India, the Yuga cycles echo the same structure. For ages, Satya, Trata, Devapara, and Kali, each progressively shorter, each ending in chaos. The first age lasts 1.7 million years, ruled by beings of immense lifespan and wisdom, then a flood, then a reset. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec both speak of 5 suns, 5 worlds, each ended by catastrophe, each ruled by different gods or semi-divine beings. In one, giants. In another, sky beings. In the next, a flood of darkness, and always a cleansing, a forgetting. Across these civilizations, the pattern remains, an age of divine or non-human rule, then a destruction, then an age of diminished. Man, it is as if something intervened, as if time itself was shattered, memory fractured, and what we call civilization is only the shallow layer built on top of a world we buried, or were made to forget. Even Plato, in his dialogues of Timaeus and Creidus, echoes the same riddle. He speaks of Atlantis, ruled by 10 kings, for many thousands of years, destroyed by a flood, forgotten by all, except the priests of Sais in Egypt. He says the Athenians once fought against Atlantis to 9,000 years before Solon. That puts the war around 11,600 BCE, the exact date of the Younger Dryas Cold period, when Earth faced a sudden catastrophe and something ended. What if this date is not coincidence? What if the Sumerian King List, the Indian Yuga cycles, the Maya suns, and Plato's Atlantis are all describing the same fall? What if these ancient timelines, separated by oceans and language, are fragments of one shattered clock? Let's return to Eridu, the first city named on the King List. Modern excavations place it around 5400 BCE, far earlier than the great Sumerian cities like Ur or Uruk. Its temple, the Iabzu, was dedicated to Enki, god of water, wisdom, and the abyss, the same Enki who warned of the coming flood, who saved Ziusudra, the Sumerian Noah, by whispering through a reed wall. Enki, the rebel, the keeper of forbidden knowledge, the god who tried to preserve memory while the others sought to erase it. His city, Eridu, is ground zero for civilization. And the King List begins there. What if the King List is not a fantasy, but a wound, a scar on the stone face of time, a record of a world that was, and then WASN single quotes. And what if we've misunderstood what it meant to rule? Perhaps these kings didn't rule with thrones and armies, but with knowledge, with resonance, with command over elements, harmonics, time itself. Perhaps kingship meant stewardship of earth, of sky, of sacred order. And when that order collapsed, when corruption spread, when balance broke, the flood was not punishment, it was reset, a forced forgetting, a reweaving of the timeline. The list continues after the flood, but now the numbers shrink. Kings reign for centuries, then decades, then years. When years. We see Gilgamesh, a name we recognize, a man, a seeker, a king, trying to remember what the flood erased by the end. Kings reign like we do briefly, an echo of the immortals that came before. We are told the King List is fiction, but fiction doesn't align with geology, with myth, with global memory. It doesn't explain why the same pattern repeats on every continent, why the numbers matter, why the flood comes like a punctuation mark in history, not metaphor, but measure. Why do we keep finding deeper layers beneath our oldest cities? Why do the oldest texts speak of kings with no grave, gods with no origin? What are we missing? Maybe the King List was not written to impress. Maybe it was a reckoning, a ledger of what was lost, a map back through the erasure, a warning written in numbers too large to ignore. The first kings didn't vanish. They were erased, silenced, hidden beneath the flood of time. And if their reigns were real, what else in the myth was memory? Because if the flood was a veil, then the King List is a tear in that veil, a glimpse into the age before forgetting, before time was made linear, before gods became metaphors, and men forgot they were once something more. So the question rises, why preserve this record at all? Why carve these reigns into hardened clay, name by name, span by span, only to pass it down through temple priests and hidden scribes? Perhaps because someone remembered, because someone survived, because the Sumerians did not see themselves as the first, but as the remnant, that the inheritors of something far older, the children of a world whose ruins still echoed beneath their feet. We look at this list through modern eyes and scoff. But what if our minds are the ones damaged by time? What if the flood washed away not only cities, but the part of us that once knew how to remember? What if the King List survives not because it was believed, but because it was true, and still it waits among tablets sealed in museum vaults, among archives labeled as myth, among ruins misdated, misnamed, misunderstood, waiting for a memory to stir, for a fracture in the illusion, for someone to ask, what if the first kings did not rise from the mud, but fell from the stars? And if the kings before the flood were real, then so was what ended them. Tepi the first time, before pharaohs, before dynasties. Before even the Nile knew its rhythm, there was a time the Egyptians did not call myth, but memory. They named it Tepi, the first time, not the first year of a king, not a poetic dawn of culture, but the beginning of time itself, the moment when the veil was thinner and gods walked the earth as beings of light and form. Zep Tepi is not found in children's stories. It's carved into the walls of the temple of Edfu, whispered through the oldest lines of the pyramid texts, and encoded in the rites of the Book of Coming Forth by Day, a guide not to the afterlife, but back to something older than history. It is said that in Tepi, the Neteru divine intelligences ruled from sacred centers, not as phantoms, not as prayers, but as kings, architects, and remembers of a sacred order. They raised great structures, shaped rivers with will alone, and taught man to live in Mahat balance. This was not mythology. This was cosmic administration. The walls of Edfu Temple tell a story few dare to translate in full. They speak of an island, now gone, where the primeval ones emerged. They call it the homeland of the first time, where the gods brought order after a cataclysm, where the blueprint of Egypt was first laid, but the island sank, not by war or rebellion, but by an event so ancient even the gods mourned it. The survivors fled, carrying the memory of Tepi to the banks of the Nile, and there they began again, not to create, but to restore. Why does Egypt begin already knowing how to build with stone? Why do the earliest structures, like the Great Pyramid, show more precision, more sophistication than those that follow? Civilizations are supposed to evolve from mud brick to granite, from trial to perfection. But Egypt seems to devolve as if the height came first, as if the knowledge was inherited, not discovered, remembered, not invented. The pyramid texts etched into the walls of tombs at Saqqara don't just mention the gods, they speak to them. They reference rituals already ancient tools, of light and sound boats of millions of years, and kings ascending to the stars to sit beside Ra in his celestial Barque. This is not metaphor, it is orientation, a spiritual technology that implies the soul was once engineered, tuned to cosmic law. Tepi was not a place, it was a pattern, a state of being, a blueprint of divine civilization. And when it broke, when the flood came, or the sky shifted, or the Neteru vanished, the memory was sealed in stone, so it could never be fully lost. Even the Shabaka stone, a fragment from the 25th dynasty, desperately preserves a far older record, the Memphite theology, where Peta, the mind of creation, does not sculpt with hands, but with heart and tongue. He gave form to every god through the word, sound as power, speech as manifestation, creation as remembrance. This echoes Sumer. It echoes Vedic chant. It echoes the idea that creation wasn't a beginning, but a repetition, a reactivation of an older frequency. So, who were the Neteru? Not just gods, not gods as we think of them. The word itself means principles, forces, or even cosmic, intelligences. Each neter was a symbol, but also a presence. Thoth, master of time and measure, keeper of the Akashic records. Isis, mother of magic, holder of the divine name. Osiris, lord of rebirth, dismembered by chaos, but remembered through resurrection. These are not just deities. They are echoes of an order, one broken, but not destroyed. And at the heart of this broken memory sits the greatest structure Egypt ever raised, the Great Pyramid of Giza, not a tomb, not a monument, but a machine, a resonance chamber, a stone-crafted relic of Tepi. Its geometry encodes the dimensions of the earth, the speed of light, the precession of the equinoxes. It sits aligned with Orion's belt, a mirror of the stars, not for worship, but for synchronization, as above, so below, as within, so remembered. But the dynastic Egyptians didn't build the Great Pyramid, they inherited it. Even the pharaohs of the Old Kingdom referred to these structures with reverence, calling them the works of the Shem-Suhor, the followers of Horus, a mysterious priesthood, a forgotten race, said to have ruled before the first dynasty. Who were they? Giants, Atlanteans, star beings, or simply the last guardians of Tepi? Mainstream history struggles with this, because the story does not fit. It begins to advance. It remembers too much. It speaks of technology before time, ethics before law, order before empire, and it refuses to die, even in the face of conquest, fire, theft, and erasure. The memory of Tepi remains. The scribes of later dynasties didn't invent these myths. They copied them. They preserved them imperfectly, like fragments of a shattered mirror. But the reflection still glows through every temple wall, through every ritual utterance, through every buried papyrus. The question whispers, what happened to the first time? If Tepi was real, if the gods were kings and their laws encoded in light, then what destroyed them? Was it the same flood remembered in Sumer, the same cataclysm mourned in Vatican, the same fracture, Plato, disguised as allegory? Or was it something else, a fall, not of fire or water, but of consciousness, a descent from cosmic harmony into fragmented ego, from universal order into the age of forgetting? Even now, the legacy of Tepi survives in shadow, in temples aligned, with Sirius awaiting a return, in myths of a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx, sealed since the first time, in dreams of golden boats, of blue-skinned gods, of a light that once shone from within. It calls to something inside us, not to believe, but to remember, because maybe the first time was not the only time. Maybe the pattern repeats, a fall, a rise, a flood, a remembering, and maybe those ancient voices aren't gone at all, just waiting to be heard again by those who still listen through the noise of empire beneath the dust of dynasties, and within the silence before speech. Göbekli Tepe, the memory that was buried. There are memories too dangerous to destroy, so they are buried, not lost, sealed, not forgotten, protected, in the southeastern hills of modern-day Turkey, beneath layers of soil that should have never been disturbed. One of those memories began to rise, Göbekli Tepe. The name means potbelly hill, but what sleeps beneath is anything but soft. In the 1990s, archaeologists brushed away the earth and uncovered something no one could explain. Massive T-shaped pillars weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in circular enclosures, aligned with celestial patterns, each stone carved with animals that did not belong to agriculture, not sheep, not grain, not wheat, but snakes, vultures, scorpions, foxes, predators of the dreamtime, symbols of the threshold. And then came the paradox. Göbekli Tepe was older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, older than writing, wheels, or dynasties. Radiocarbon dating placed its earliest layers at 9,600 BCE, over 12,000 years ago. That is, before agriculture, before cities, before civilization was supposed to exist. And yet, here were monumental megaliths crafted with knowledge. Knowledge, we are told, didn't exist yet. But the greatest mystery wasn't the age. It wasn't the weight, the carvings, or the alignment. It was the burial. Someone deliberately buried the site, layer upon layer of backfill, limestone rubble, soil, and debris piled over centuries until the sacred circle became a mound. They didn't abandon Göbekli Tepe. They entombed it as if hiding something, or safeguarding it against the flood that would come, or the forgetting that would follow. Why bury a temple? Was it fear, shame, or reverence? Who were they hiding it from? Or who were they preserving it for? Because Göbekli Tepe wasn't destroyed. In war, it wasn't worn by time. It was intact, a pristine message in a bottle from a world before time began. And then we ask, who built it? The standard model says, hunter-gatherers, people with no writing, no metallurgy, no farming, and yet, somehow they aligned stone pillars too serious. They encoded processional astronomy. They etched sacred geometry into rock with a sophistication our textbooks still call impossible. Pillar 43, the vulture stone, displays what some believe is an event marker, a celestial snapshot of a sky that once burned. Foxes that may be comets, scorpions, for the constellation Scorpius. A circle with a downward arc, the sun, the earth, and a headless man. Some say it depicts a cosmic event, the younger, driest impact hypothesis, a comet strike that ended the last ice age. If true, then Göbekli Tepe doesn't just mark time, it remembers catastrophe. So we look again, not at the ruins, but at the act of burial, because to bury is not just to hide. It is a sacred gesture, a rite, a spell. You bury what is sacred. You bury the dead. You bury prophecy. You bury memory when the world is not ready to receive it. Maybe Göbekli Tepe was a warning. Maybe it was a seed vault of wisdom for an age that would forget the stars. And maybe we were never meant to find it, not until we needed to, not until now. The symbolism deepens, the T-shapes, not just pillars, but stylized humanoid figures, some with hands, belts, and loincloths. They weren't decorations. They were beings, guardians, watchers, still standing in silent formation, long after the world they belonged to was erased. We must ask, what kind of mind builds something so sacred only to bury it? What kind of trauma, what kind of vision, what kind of knowing compels a culture to hide its most powerful memory beneath the dust of time? Did they fear desecration, or were they warned of what was coming? Because the date 9600 BCE is not arbitrary. It is the exact window Plato gives for the sinking of Atlantis. It is the threshold when the ice melted, when sea levels surged, when something shifted in the skies, and the great cycle reset. And perhaps Göbekli Tepe was not the first, but one of the last, a remnant, a refuge, a time capsule, encoded not in metal or plastic, but in stone and symbol. Because stone survives the flood, and symbols outlive language. They knew that, whoever they were, the foxes, the serpents, the vulture with wings outstretched, all watching from the stone, all remembering what was lost, and then silence. The mainstream story says it was just an early temple, that somehow, without any previous architecture, a group of nomads suddenly constructed the oldest known sacred complex on Earth. But real memory doesn't fade that easily, and real symbols don't lie still. They vibrate, they wait. We have only unearthed 5% of the site. Under the hills, still more circles, still more stones, still more unanswered questions. Why was it built over centuries, then sealed by the very hands that raised it? Why so many rings, like ripples in water, like layers of a forgotten code? And why now? Why, in our time, is it returning? Maybe because we're nearing the next turn in the cycle. Maybe because the age that buried Göbekli Tepe knew this moment would come, when we would forget, then seek, then remember. So we stand before it, this stone song, this buried prayer, and we ask, what else has been hidden? What else sleeps beneath our feet? What other memories were sealed before the flood rose? Because if Göbekli Tepe was buried on purpose, what other truths were never meant to stay lost? The Popol Vuh gods from the sky, ages in stone. Before the world was formed as we know it, there were others, worlds that rose, worlds that fell, and in between, skyfire, silence, and stars that watched it all. In the highlands of Guatemala, the Kh Maya preserved a whisper, not a myth, a memory, not a story, a sequence. The Popol Vuh, it begins not in time, but in the void before time, a deep, primeval darkness, where the gods spoke creation into form not once, but again and again. We are told to see it as poetry, as fable, as the symbolic musings of an ancient mind. But what if the poetry was precision? What if the metaphors were maps? What if the gods it speaks of, Tipu, Gukamats, the heart of sky, were not legends, but names remembered from before the flood? Because the Popol Vuh does not describe a single creation. It speaks of ages, each one sculpted, each one lost. The first age, men of mud, soft, formless, unable to speak or see, they crumbled. Second age, men of wood, they walked and spoke, but they had no souls. They forgot the gods. So the gods sent fire, flood, jaguar. The third age, a twilight of giants and ancestors. Brilliant men of maize, until the skies cracked, and they too were scattered like ash on wind. Then came our age, the fourth, the frailest, yet the most curious, the age of forgetting and of remembering. Each cycle is more than story. It's a pattern, a cosmic, RECURSION, birth, hubris, destruction, silence, rebirth, and each time the stars realign. Each time the sky opens and something descends. The Popol Vuh speaks of beings who came not from the earth, but from the heavens, bearers of order, weavers of form, shapers of life from seed and song. They are not described as metaphysical abstractions. They are active presences. They build, they speak, they intervene. These are not primitive gods. They are technologists of time, architects of epochs, and in the oldest versions of the text, they descend from above. The Book of Chilambalam, a companion chronicle, names one of the previous sons, Oxlahantiku, the time of the 13 heavens. It tells of celestial beings who governed knowledge, who taught the movements of the moon, the cycles of Venus, the dance of eclipses, not as guesses, but as certainties, encoded in stone. This is where the codices begin to speak. The Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving Mayan books, contains astronomical tables so precise they outmatch Renaissance Europe. It tracks the cycles of Venus with an error of less than a day, over 584 days. How? Who taught them to see the sky like this? And why embed their knowledge in bark paper, stone glyphs, and ritual architecture, if not to preserve it for the next world? Because that's the undercurrent of the Popol Vuh preservation. Not for glory, not for power, but for remembrance. Each age failed because it forgot. Each time the gods returned, they found only echoes, crumbling temples, half-buried cities, and humans who could no longer speak the old tongue of the stars. In the Mayan worldview, time is not linear. It coils, it breathes, it devours itself, then gives birth again. This is the sacred Sokan, a calendar of 260 days, not arbitrary, but matching both the human gestation cycle and the eclipse year. In this spiral of days, the past is always alive, always returning. And so, too, are the gods. But what if the Popol Vuh's descriptions were more than metaphor? What if the sky-born architects were not mere ideas, but beings with light in their hands and memory in their eyes? What if the men of wood and men of maize were echoes of civilizations built and broken long before our archaeology dares to reach? What if the floods, the fires, the sky serpents were not just divine punishments, but actual events? Archaeological layers in Central America tell a strange story. Under ruins that span millennia lie traces of sudden catastrophe, volcanic ash, rising waters, charred stone where no war was recorded. Whole cities vanished without clear cause, not migrated, not conquered, just gone, erased, like the age of wood, like the age of giants. Like the others, the Popol Vuh insists came before. In the ruins of Köpen, Tikal, Palenque, we see this strange pattern: advanced mathematics, sophisticated astronomy, monuments aligned not just to solstices, but to Venus risings, equinox, eclipses, and zenith passages, only observable once every 52 years. Who were they building for? Why carve calendars into mountains of stone, if not to outlive catastrophe? Why code astronomy into the layout of cities, if not to echo a warning from a world before? Even the mythic creatures of the Popol Vuh may be more than fable. The sky serpent, the plumed dragon, known elsewhere as Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, is found across cultures from Teotihuacan to Angkor Wat. Always associated with the sky, with flight, with cycles, and with the fall. Was this a symbolic memory? Or did something once descend from above and teach us what we forgot? In this sacred narrative, the gods don't stay, they create, they guide, they leave, and what remains are the stones. This is the tragedy of the Popol Vuh, not that the world ends, but that we keep forgetting why it ended, and so it ends again and again and again, until someone remembers, until someone hears the voice in the glyphs, in the calendar wheels, in the old temples buried in jungle rot and silence. Because this isn't just a story from Guatemala. It's a pattern found across the world. The Vedas speak of Ugas, the Sumerians of pre-flood kings, the Egyptians of Zep-Tep. Everywhere, a first time, a fall, a veil, and beneath that veil, a memory trying to rise. So maybe the gods of the Popol Vuh never left. Maybe they became stone. Maybe they became star. Maybe they became us, scattered fragments of a forgotten age, trying to piece ourselves back together through poetry, through myth, through memory. Maybe the failed worlds weren't failures. Maybe they were warnings that became scripture, and scripture that became silence. But silence still echoes, and the stars still remember, and perhaps the fifth age has already begun, the Flood Tablets of Nineveh. There are moments in history when the earth exhales dust, and something long buried begins to breathe again. Not in language, but in silence. Not in discovery, but in recognition. In 1849, beneath the ruined mounds of Nineveh, a British explorer brushed away centuries of ash and empire and found a library, not scrolls, not papyrus, but stone, cuneiform tablets, cracked, blackened, incomplete, yet still echoing the voices of a world that drowned. Was the library of Asach, Urbanipal. The Epic of Gilgamesh. We were taught to read it as the first great story, but it was not story. It was remembrance, etched not to entertain, but to preserve. Among its broken tablets, one stood out, Tablet 11, the tale of the flood, older than Genesis, older than Moses, older than any surviving Hebrew scripture, and within it, the voice of a man who lived through the end of the world. His name was Utnapishtim, the Babylonian Noah, the one who was warned, who built the ark, who gathered life 2 by 2, the one who survived, because the gods changed their minds too late. But that is not where the mystery begins. It begins in what came before the flood, and in who or what whispered the warning. The epic tells us Utnapishtim was chosen, not randomly, not by virtue, but because he belonged to a lineage of watchers, ancient beings who observed, who kept the balance, who once walked among mortals, but were no longer bound by flesh alone. These were not the gods of Olympus or Egypt. They were something different, something older. They were the Anunnaki. The name appears in the Sumerian texts long before Babylon, long before Nineveh, etched in clay like a memory that refused to fade. The Anunnaki were described as judges, as record keepers, as watchers of heaven and earth. They weren't worshipped. They were feared because they remembered the last time the world went too far. In the pre-flood tablets, fragments now scattered across museums, we see references to forbidden knowledge. 2 cities that flew too close to the gods, to kings who tried to outlive time, to the birth of weapons that burned without fire. There were councils among the divine, debates, factions. Some argued humanity deserved to rise. Others said it had gone too far, and so the flood came, but not all agreed. One of the Anunnaki, Ea, the god of deep wisdom, broke the code of silence and whispered a warning to Utnapishtim. He did not speak directly. He spoke through the walls of a reed house. He told him of the storm to come, of the waters that would swallow kings and cities alike. He told him to build an ark, not to escape punishment, but to preserve memory. This ark was not just a boat, it was a vessel of knowing. Inside it were the blueprints of animals, the codes of plants, and the lineage of men. Inside it, the fire of a civilization that could one day rise again. And when the flood came, it did not rain, it roared. The text says, the gods wept, even the Anunnaki took to flight. The land turned to clay. corpses floated like driftwood. This was not mythic cleansing. It was mourning because something beautiful had been lost. Because even the gods could not stop what had already begun. But Utnapishtim endured. His ark landed on Mount Nisir, a name now forgotten by modern maps. And when the waters receded, he released a dove, a swallow, then a raven. The signs were clear. Life could begin again, but this time, under silence, for his obedience, the gods granted him immortality, but not as reward, as exile. He would never again walk among men. He would never be part of the new world, because he remembered too much. This is where the epic shifts, because Gilgamesh, the great king, the seeker, travels across shattered lands, not to rule, but to find you, TNA, Fishtion.code. Not gold, not conquest, just time. He wants to know, how do I stop the end? But the answer is buried. The one who lived through the flood tells him, you cannot outrun death. You can only build something that remembers. And that is the hidden truth of the Nineveh tablets. They were not meant for their own age. They were carved in stone so they could cross ages, through fire, through collapse, through censorship, through erasure. They survived not because someone saved them, but because someone planned for the forgetting. When the library of Ashurbanipal was destroyed by fire, the clay tablets did not burn. They hardened, and that accident of chemistry became an act of memory, because 2,600 years later, we read their words, and they read us back. But the question remains, why were they buried? Why did a king who called himself King of the Universe fill his library with flood myths, star maps, and god warnings? Why preserve the oldest story in history, not of triumph, but of warning? Because Ashurbanipal knew something was coming. He ruled during a time of omens, earthquakes, solar eclipses, discontent rising from the edge of empire. He knew that civilizations fall, and he knew the next one would forget, so he hid memory in stone. Even the flood wasn't the first, the Eridu Genesis. Another tablet found near Yor describes an even earlier flood and a king named Ziusudra, who is warned by Enki, the god of the deep dot. Sound familiar? Multiple versions, same pattern, different names, always the same whisper. A rise, a corruption, a flood, a survival, and still. We treat these tablets as myth, as if myth were the opposite of truth, as if the ancients spent centuries carving lies into stone for the amusement of modern skeptics. But what if they were telling us exactly what happened? And what if we are the next civilization to be washed clean? The Nineveh tablets weren't warnings for the ancients. They were warnings for us, for the ones who build towers of data, who seek immortality through machines, who crack the code of life without remembering the price of forgetting spirit. And maybe, just maybe, somewhere beneath our cities, someone is already carving the memory of this age into something that can't burn. Because the flood was not just water, it was consequence, it was imbalance, hubris, a civilization that remembered how to build but forgot why it was sacred. And that forgetting, that is the real flood. Maybe we've already heard the whisper through the reeds. Maybe we've already begun to build the ark, not of wood, but of remembrance. And if the watchers spoke once, who's to say they won't speak again? Eridu, the first city of the gods, before the flood, before the kings, before the world war, names we could pronounce, there was a city, not built for commerce, not carved by conquest, but placed, like a stone dropped into the still waters of the earth to ripple across ages. It was called Eridu, and in the oldest Sumerian records, it is not referred to as the first city of man, but the first city of the gods. This is where time fractures, because what we are told is that civilization began with the Sumerians, that their brilliance sparked from nothing, a spontaneous burst of agriculture, writing, astronomy, architecture. But Sumer itself had a beginning, and that beginning was Eridu. Its ruins lie in modern-day southern Iraq, a weathered mound in the desert called Tel Abu Sharain. There is little to see from above, just dust, wind, and silence. But beneath that silence, an echo remains. The Sumerian King List, one of the strangest documents in human history, tells us something that most historians avoid, that kingship was lowered from heaven, not invented, not earned, bestowed, and the first city to receive this celestial order was Eridu. It says plainly, after the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu, and the first king, a figure named Ululim, who ruled for 28,800 years. Of course, the dates are dismissed, too large, too mythical, but perhaps the problem is not the numbers, but our sense of time. Perhaps these weren't kings in the way we imagine them. Perhaps they were keepers, custodians, extensions of something, not entirely human. Because Eridu's first ruler, according to the myths, was not Ululim. It was Enki, the god of wisdom, of deep water, of secrets buried beneath the earth. Enki wasn't a storm god. He wasn't a warrior. He was an architect of realities, a geneticist of myth. His symbols were water, serpents, and the sacred mystical tablets said to contain the codes of civilization, law, mathematics, music, magic. They weren't written texts, they were frequencies, and they were housed. In Eridu, archaeologists have uncovered the foundations of what they believe to be the earliest temple in Mesopotamia. At Eridu, strata upon strata of mud brick shrines, each built upon the last, rising like layers of memory. At the core, they found an altar, a channel, and strange architectural alignments. They called it the Temple of Enki. But what if it was more than a temple? What if it was a transmission point, a place where knowledge flowed, not from men to gods, but the other way around? Ancient texts, like the Sumerian myth of Enki and the world order, describe a time when Enki from Eridu assigned the functions of civilization to other lands. He did not conquer. He distributed. He seeded wisdom outward, as if Eridu were a core node in a forgotten grid of ancient power. In the Babylonian Enuma Elish, the great creation myth, it is said that before the land rose, before the gods quarreled, Eridu was established as the sacred abode of the gods. It was not built, it was prepared. The city was described as resting upon the Abzu, a vast subterranean sea, source of all wisdom and life. Enki lived within the Abzu in a crystal-like palace called Iangura, surrounded by beings who were neither fully spirit nor flesh. The Apkallu were 7 sages, 7 fishmen who emerged from the waters to teach humanity agriculture, language, healing, and cosmic law. Half divine, half human, they wore cloaks of feathers or scales, held pine cones and strange devices, and they came not to rule, but to instruct. They walked out of Eridu, and when their time was done, they returned to the deep. In later texts, the Apkallu become the Watchers, the ones who saw too much, who intervened when they were forbidden. Some fell, some were erased, but the memory of them lives in every myth of lost knowledge, every tale of star beings descending to earth, every ancient account of a first time when the gods walked beside man. Eridu was their cradle, but not a cradle of stone, a cradle of vibration, geometry, resonance, what modern minds call myth. Ancient minds saw as interface. The ziggurat, that step pyramid, was not merely symbolic. It mirrored the layered heavens. It conducted intention. Each level was a frequency, each frequency a gate, and Eridu may have been the first to align them perfectly. One Sumerian hymn to Enki reads, "Lord of wisdom, who holds the tablet of destinies, who opens the mouth of the rivers, who measures out the heavens." This is not poetry. It is science in metaphor. It is engineering through ritual, and it was forgotten or hidden when the floods came, because Eridu, like so many other first cities, was buried, not by war, not by abandonment, but by time's forgetting. Layer by layer, the city sank into its own memory, and yet its influence spread. Uruk, your Nippur, Babylon, all claimed descent from Eridu. Even the biblical Eden may echo its shape. The word Eden in Sumerian is Eden, meaning plain or steppe, a fertile land between rivers. And where was Eridu built? At the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates, at the edge of the Persian Gulf, in a time when coastlines were different and the sea reached farther inland. The Book of Genesis speaks of a garden, a serpent, a tree of knowledge, and a fall. Sumerian texts speak of Enki, who sent knowledge to humans against the wishes of higher gods and paid a price. Same melody, different language, but perhaps the most haunting layer of all is this. Before the deluge, the flood that erased the antediluvian world, Eridu was said to shine. Its temples were described as bright as lapis, its towers as touching the stars. The word Kibrit Arbamaim, 4/4 of the world, was used to describe the lands governed from Eridu. And in this city, the laws of balance were set. When the balance failed, when the watchers grew silent, when the me were scattered, the flood came, but the Apkallu returned once more after the waters. At least that's what the texts suggest: to rebuild, to seed again, to whisper what must never be lost. But over time, they faded into legends. Their memory fractured. Enki was demoted, Eridu was abandoned, and the world began again, this time without its blueprint. And yet the ruins remain, not loud, not grand, just fragments, a staircase to nowhere, mud brick swallowed by salt, a silence that feels older than time. But sometimes silence is not absence, it is invitation, because Eridu was never just a city. It was a mirror, a gate, a beginning carved in stone. For an ending we are only now starting to remember. Maybe it was never meant to last. Maybe it was meant to echo, so that in the final forgetting we would feel the urge to return. The Book of Enoch, Watchers, and the knowledge that fell. Some knowledge feels holy, other knowledge feels stolen. There are things we are taught, and things we were never meant to touch. Truths with edges, wisdom with weight, light so bright it burns through the vessel that holds it. The Book of Enoch is not a story of enlightenment. It is a chronicle of consequence. They came from the sky, not in ships, not in dreams, but in judgment to 100 beings, the Watchers, descended upon Mount Hermon in the days before the flood. They were not men, they were not gods, they were something in between, and they had a plan. They would take wives, they would bear children. They would teach humanity what was not theirs to learn. The Book of Enoch was cast out of the Bible, locked out by councils, kings, and scholars who feared what it dared to say, yet it survived. Hidden in Ethiopia, whispered through the ages, like a forbidden rite. And when it was rediscovered, the silence around it grew louder than words, because Enoch's tale is not mythology, it is memory, wrapped in the language of warning. He was the seventh patriarch from Adam, a man who walked with God and was taken alive into the heavens. He saw the secrets of creation. He witnessed the movements of the stars. He watched angels fall, and he recorded everything, not for his generation, but for ours. The Watchers were not evil, not at first. They were guardians, sent to observe, not interfere, but they watched too long, felt too much, fell too far. Led by a figure called Semyeza, they made a pact, not in love, but in rebellion. They descended upon the earth like fire across dry grass, and they brought gifts with them, knowledge, tools, sorcery, secrets, but every gift they gave took something in return. They taught humanity how to craft weapons, how to read the stars, how to enchant with roots and words. They taught adornment, warfare, alchemy. But Enoch saw deeper. He saw that it wasn't wisdom, it was acceleration, like giving fire to a child still learning to walk. We were given power before we were ready, for purpose, and from this unnatural union came the Nephilim, the giants, half-angel, half-human, too great for the earth, too wild for heaven. They devoured the land, drank rivers dry, warred like gods, and bled like beasts. They were not just large, they were unstable. A paradox made flesh, and the balance broke. The earth cried out, the sky recoiled, and the Most High, the Source, issued judgment. The flood was not sent merely to wash away wickedness, but to erase an infection in the timeline, a merging that was never meant to happen, a contamination of origin. The Watchers were bound in chains beneath the earth. Their children, the Nephilim, were drowned, and humanity was reset, but not cleansed, because some knowledge doesn't die. It burrows, it waits. The forbidden arts returned in new forms, new names. From Babylon to Egypt, from Greece to Rome, we see the fingerprints of the Watchers everywhere. Astronomy disguised as mythology, alchemy cloaked in religion, rituals passed as culture. The Book of Enoch doesn't just warn of the past, it describes a pattern. They descend, they teach. Civilization accelerates, something breaks, destruction follows, then it happens again. Why do so many ancient myths tell the same story? Beings from the sky, gifts of knowledge, a golden age, a catastrophe in Mesoamerica. The Quinametsan giants who built the great cities perished in a flood. In India, the Asuras battled the gods, born from the union of divine and mortal. In Sumer, the Apkallu emerged from the waters to instruct. Mankind then vanished. In Greece, Prometheus brought fire and was punished for eternity. Over and over, the same fracture, the same celestial trespass, and always the same ending, ruin. So was Enoch's book truly banned or buried? And if buried, was it for protection or suppression? Perhaps the priests feared what it revealed, or perhaps they feared what it might awaken in us, a memory, an echo, a recognition, because Enoch wrote of things we weren't supposed to know: the names of stars, the mechanisms of heaven, the calendars of judgment. He described portals in the sky, wheels within wheels, and mountains that moved like living beings. He described watchers still imprisoned in deserts beneath, rivers inside the earth. Some of their names are still whispered today: Azazel, Armaros, Penemu, teachers of violence, carriers of secrets. And still we dig, still we call to the sky, still we build towers and engines to reclaim the knowledge we lost. But we never ask if we were supposed to. The Book of Enoch doesn't forbid knowledge. It asks a harder question: can we carry it without becoming hollow? In the book, Enoch weeps, not because man is ignorant, but because man is fragile. We crave what we don't understand. We worship what we can't control. And we repeat what once broke us. The watchers fell. The giants rose. The flood came. But the cycle didn't end. It only went deeper. Some say the Nephilim still exist, not as titans of flesh, but as echoes in bloodlines, technologies, ideas to advance for their time. Some say the watchers still whisper in dreams, in data, in obsessions that lead mankind back toward the brink. We call it innovation, progress, awakening. But to Enoch, it was always the beginning of forgetting, because the most dangerous knowledge is not what they taught us. It's the belief that we were meant to know it, that we can master the fire without becoming ash. So why was the book preserved in Ethiopia? Why did only one branch of humanity protect the memory while the rest turned away? Maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was an act of mercy, to keep one candle burning for the night to come. And now that candle flickers in the open. The Book of Enoch can be read, but can it be heard? Can we trace the line between gift and trap, between teacher and deceiver, between wisdom and the watchers? Because every golden age begins with light and ends in fire. And every story of the gods ends with man trying to become one. Maybe the watchers didn't fall. Maybe they were thrown down. Maybe they didn't rebel. Maybe they revealed. And what if their sin was telling us the truth? We stare into the sky, waiting for the next descent. But some warnings do not come with thunder. They come in books no one was supposed to open. Tiwanaku and the Code of Virakaka. There are places so old they no longer feel like ruins. They feel like memory.stone, not broken, but paused. Silence, not empty, but listening, as if what once lived here still does, beneath the dust, beneath the myth, beneath the reach of modern thought. Tiwanaku is one of those places, perched at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, where the sky burns thin and the stars feel closer than the soil. Tiwanaku does not invite logic. It resists it. Here in the Bolivian highlands, massive andesite blocks lie scattered like abandoned dreams, some weighing over 100 tons, cut so cleanly they defy the rusted blades of modern excavation. This was not the work of trial and error. This was design, purpose, precision, without precedent, according to Incan tradition. They did not build Tiwanaku, they found it, already ancient, already sacred, already watching, and before them the locals whispered of a god, a tall, pale figure with a beard of foam and eyes like storms, who came from the sea after a great flood. They called him Virakaka. He didn't conquer, he created. with a staff in one hand and lightning in the other. He brought light to a drowned world and raised Tiwanaku in a single night. Then he vanished. Modern historians call it legend. But the stones do not care what we believe. At the heart of the site lies Pumapunku, a shattered temple platform whose name means Door of the Puma. Its H-shaped blocks are so exact they interlock like circuitry. Channels carved for copper clamps suggest an understanding of tension and vibration. Technologies that should not belong to a culture labeled pre-literate. The cuts are smooth, angled, machine dash-like, no chisel marks, no hesitation, only symmetry, as if following a code. And the alignment, Tiwanaku, is not just built on the earth, but with the heavens. The Kalasasaya temple marks the solstices with flawless geometry. Sun gates framed to greet the equinox, solar calendars carved in stone. But these alignments don't match today's sky. They fit the stars as they appeared over 17,000 years ago, before the Inca, before the Olmec, before recorded. History even dared to write names. So who set these stones? And what memory were they preserving? The Inca revered Viracocha as their progenitor, but they did not claim to understand his works. Even their name for Tiwanaku was inherited. To them, this place was a gateway, not just between worlds, but between times, a portal to a previous age, when gods walked openly, when light was raw and knowledge was alive. Viracocha's myth echoes far beyond the Andes in Mesoamerica. He mirrors Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who taught civilization after the flood in Sumer. He becomes Enki, the water god who gifts wisdom and restores order. In Polynesia, he is Teen, who climbs from darkness with fire in his hands. Always the same pattern, a cataclysm, a god of light, a reawakening, not myths, memories, retold in symbols, the aftermath of something humanity keeps forgetting, then building around. What if Tiwanaku was not a city, but a message, a cipher in stone, a time capsule for when the sky changed and we forgot who we were? And what if its builders encoded not only the stars, but a warning? Because across the Andes, the story of Viracocha doesn't end with creation. It ends with betrayal. He teaches, he builds, he brings balance, but humanity turns violent. The old knowledge becomes a weapon, and once again the flood returns. The god walks away, heartbroken, not in wrath, but in silence. It's here that the myth and the ruin begin to converge. The site of Tiwanaku shows signs of sudden catastrophe, not erosion over millennia, but violent displacement. Stones tossed like dice, foundations ripped, mud layers suggesting a massive, watery upheaval. And this elevation, how could such flooding occur at nearly 13,000 feet? Unless the earth moved, unless what we call myth is memory of tectonic trauma, not just floods, but pole shifts, crustal displacement, worlds reconfigured. In this light, Tiwanaku becomes more than a relic. It becomes an axis, a forgotten zero point, where Earth, star, and God once met in symmetry. And that symmetry was broken, but fragments remain, mathematical ratios embedded in its layout, tetrahedral geometry found in the sun gate, symbolism hinting at cycles, not years, but epochs, and encoded across the site, the Chicana, or Andean cross, a map of the three worlds, the underworld, the surface, and the heavens above. 3 tiers, 3 paths, 3 veils to pierce. So why has Tiwanaku been flattened in modern retellings? Why reduced to pre-Incan ruins when its design speaks the language of the stars? Because Tiwanaku doesn't support history, it rewrites it. It suggests that the ancestors of the Andean people carried the memory of a time before time, that their myths weren't inventions, but translations of a truth too vast for simple record. A truth passed down not through books, but through stones. Even the faces carved into the walls of the Akapana pyramid suggest a mystery we're not prepared to see. Some look indigenous, others distinctly not. Wide eyes, angular jaws, long, narrow noses. What culture carves foreign faces unless it remembers visitors, travelers, watchers, or survivors? There's a Quechua saying, "Ama lula, ama sua, ama quella." Don't lie, don't steal, don't be lazy. The ancient Andean ethos wasn't about domination. It was about harmony, with sky, with stone, with source, and perhaps that's why the knowledge lasted, not through empire, but through memory, not through control, but through reverence. So we return to the code, not binary, not digital, but sacred, architectural, astral. Tiwanaku was not an accident. It was not primitive. It was not local. It was a monument built to outlast amnesia. And maybe that's why it still breathes, because somewhere within its shattered symmetry, we feel something stirring, not nostalgia, recognition, like a language we once spoke. Now, returning in dreams, Tiwanaku doesn't just tell us who built it. It asks us why we forgot, why we lost the art of stillness, why we silenced the stars, why we no longer speak in stone. Maybe the god of the sea never left. Maybe he waits in places too high for conquest, too ancient for erasure. Maybe his voice is still there, whispering through the wind-chiseled ruins, just waiting for us to remember the code. The Nag Hammadi texts, secret knowledge of the pre-world. What if the beginning wasn't the beginning? What if everything we know, earth, body, breath, time, was not a birth, but a forgetting, a fall, not a rise, a prison, not a garden? And what if some remembered, not with eyes, but with fire in their bones, a fire that could not be extinguished, only buried? In 1945, in the shadowed sands of Upper Egypt, a farmer dug near the cliffs of Jebel al-Grift. What he found would never be taught in schools. Not a tomb, not gold, but a jar. Inside, 13 leather-bound codices, over 50 ancient texts, words hidden for 1,600 years, sealed beneath earth so they would not be burned again. The Nag Hammadi library. But these were not scriptures of comfort. They did not preach sin and salvation. They did not affirm the world. They questioned it. They whispered of a divine source before the source of realms beyond matter, of light that forgot itself and fell into form. This was not heresy. It was memory encoded, and those who remembered were hunted. The Gnostics called it gnosis, not belief, but knowing, not received dogma, but inward revelation. And what they knew was dangerous, because it flipped the story. The garden was not paradise. The serpent was not the villain. The god of this world was not the highest god. In their mythic anatomy of the universe, creation itself was a rupture, a wound in the fabric of the eternal. They spoke of Sophia, the divine wisdom, not as an idea, but as a being, radiant, cosmic, vast. She longed to create, but without her counterpart. She reached down, and in doing so, fell, not in sin, but in sorrow. And from her fall was born a false creator, Yaldabaoth the blind god. He shaped the material world like a child playing with broken stars. Believing himself supreme, he said, "I am God, and there is no other." But he was wrong. According to the Nag Hammadi texts, we live in his illusion, a world of density, decay, duality, not divine by origin, but hijacked, not fallen from grace, but built in forgetfulness. Matter became a cage, time became a spiral, and spirit was wrapped in flesh, generation after generation, forgetting what it once knew. But within us still is the spark. The Gnostics called it the divine seed, the light of Pleroma, the fullness beyond the veil. It's not taught, it's remembered, not in words, but in the ache behind them, in the strange homesickness we feel staring at stars, in the knowing that something here is wrong, not broken, but counterfeit. This is why the texts were buried, not because they were wrong, but because they were dangerous. They dismantled the hierarchy. They stripped the masks from the gods. They reminded us that salvation does not come from outside. It comes from within, from waking up, from gnosis. The Gospel of Thomas, found in the same jar, records this whisper: "If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you." That is not religion. That is a mirror. And so the question rises, where did this memory come from? Who first told of Sophia's descent? Who dared to call creation a fracture? These were not farmers or fishermen. These were initiates, heirs of something older than church or temple. The language echoes Vedic metaphysics, Egyptian cosmology, Platonic emanation, and even echoes of Sumerian separation myths, not plagiarism, convergence, different cultures reaching toward the same invisible fire. There is a concept buried in the texts, not monsters, but imposters, cosmic administrators, servants of the blind creator, whose task is to keep the soul asleep through fear, through systems, through illusion. They shape the matrix of false light. They reward obedience. They punish questions. And the greatest heresy is not disobedience, it is remembrance. To the Gnostics, death was not damnation, it was opportunity. A moment when the soul, if awakened, could escape the loop, but if still asleep, it was recycled, reborn, reinserted. A prison with no bars, only forgetting. So what does this mean for us, standing here now, centuries, removed from the scribes and exiles who hid these texts? Why does it still burn? Because, deep down, we suspect the same thing, that this world is not what it claims, that time is a trap, that we are meant for something more than birth, work, debt, and death. The Nag Hammadi texts do not offer answers. They offer memory, and memory is dangerous to the ones who rule through forgetting. Perhaps that's why the Church declared them heretical, why Gnostic sects were purged, why their scrolls were burned, and their names cursed, because they pointed inward, not to priests, not to doctrine, but to the spark within. Because they saw the serpent as a liberator, not a liar. Because they remembered a world before this world, a light that once was whole. But what if the texts go deeper still? Some Gnostic fragments suggest cycles before cycles, worlds before worlds, eons collapsing and birthing new ones, like breath, and in each breath, a chance for remembering. This isn't just theology, it feels like trauma, encoded trauma, from a civilization that fell not from moral failure, but metaphysical sabotage. They didn't forget by mistake, they were made to forget, and we are the inheritors of that amnesia. The act of burying the Nag Hammadi texts was not one of fear, but of hope. Hope that one day, when the stars realigned and the spell began to weaken, someone would find them. Someone would read, not with the eyes, but with the soul, and in doing so, remember the fire. Because maybe Sophia still weeps in matter. Maybe the fracture still echoes. Maybe the false light still blinds us. But if even one ember still burns in the dark, then the story isn't over. It's only been sleeping. And if the garden was a prison, and the serpent a guide, and the gods then who were we before the fall? Maybe the beginning never was. Maybe we were never meant to start from zero. Maybe we are not evolving upward, but waking up from a dream we mistook for life. And maybe, just maybe, Sophia is not gone. She is watching through our eyes. The Rigveda and the lost Saraswati civilization. There are rivers that carry water, and there are rivers that carry memory. Some flow through lands, others through the blood, and then there is one that flows beneath time itself, buried not by drought, but by forgetting. They called her Saraswati, the river of knowledge, of light, of divine speech. And when she vanished from the earth, a silence fell across the soul of an entire world. Before Babylon, before Egypt, before even Sumer had raised its ziggurats to the sky, a sacred language was being sung beside the banks of this forgotten river. A hymn of fire, of gods riding in chariots across the heavens, of cosmic births and ancient floods, of Star Wars and luminous sages. This was the Rigveda, the oldest surviving scripture of the Indo-Aryan world, but perhaps not the beginning of Vedic memory, perhaps only its echo. For centuries, scholars dismissed Saraswati as a myth, a metaphor, a symbolic river of wisdom flowing through the verses of the Vedas. But myths are not lies. They are encrypted memories. And then the earth spoke in the late 20th century. As satellites scanned the Indian subcontinent, they uncovered a ghost, a dry riverbed stretching over 1,500 kilometers, matching in uncanny detail the description of Saraswati in the Rigveda. It flowed once from the Himalayas to the Arabian Sea, flanked by ancient settlements and fired by cities older than cities should be. The locals had always known. They called it the Gagar Hakra, but now the heavens confirmed it. Along its banks lay a different India, a prehistory not of myth, but of stone, ruins without names, pottery, older than Harappa tools that don't fit the timelines, and fire altars, yanas, etched in sacred geometry. Buried cities like Kalibangan, Rakhigarhi, and Barana suggest not an offshoot of the Indus Valley, but something parallel or older, a civilization born not of conquest, but of communion with stars, with fire, with the river that remembered. The Rigveda speaks of a time when the gods walked beside men, not in temples, but in the sky, of Agni, the fire that mediates between realms, of Indra, slayer of the serpent who hoarded waters, of Void, the breath of the cosmos, and Soma, the drink of immortality. It speaks of Vimanas, chariots of the gods, some flying, some submerged, some shining like molten metal. Were these metaphors for inner truth or encrypted memories of something lost, something real, something impossible? This was not primitive poetry. The Rig Veda encodes astronomical alignments, planetary cycles, and solstices calculated to the day. It maps constellations that would have appeared in the skies not 2,000 years ago, but 10,000. Some passages reference the vernal equinox occurring in Orion, an event dating back to 8,000 BCE. If true, it would place the roots of Vedic thought not in the Iron Age, but in the glacial breath of the late Pleistocene. And it would mean that the Saraswati civilization was not just forgotten, it was erased. There are temples older than they should be, texts that predate their language, Sanskrit itself, precise, mathematical, vibrational, feels more engineered than evolved. Was it a gift, a remnant of a deeper science? Some researchers believe the Vedic fire altars encode the same ratios as the Egyptian pyramids and Stonehenge, that the Agnihotra rituals were not just symbolic, but cosmotechnical acts of resonance, aligning man to cosmos, soul to source. Was Saraswati not just a river, but a current of knowledge flowing from a forgotten first world? Mainstream timelines fragmented, Harappan here, Vedic there. Civilization begins in Sumer, India comes later, but the land tells another story when tectonic shifts and climatic upheavals diverted the waters of Saraswati. The civilization crumbled, not in war, but in thirst, and the hymns that once rose from her banks drifted north into the Ganges, becoming scripture. The river died and became mythology. But what if the Vedic sages weren't the founders, but the heirs to a lineage far older, one passed through flood, migration, and encoded song? What if Saraswati was not the start, but a refuge of survivors of a civilization drowned not by sin, but by the turning of the world? Across cultures, the pattern repeats: a great flood, a chosen few, a seed of knowledge preserved. In Egypt, it's the Shemsu-Hor, the followers of Horus. And in India, perhaps it was the rishis, the seers, the memory-keepers, not primitive fire worshippers, but engineers of consciousness. We've been taught to see the Vedas as religion, but they read like code, like maps of matter, energy, breath, and sound. Each mantra a tuning fork, each ritual an alignment, each story a memory veiled in myth. Could this be why they endured for millennia, not carved in stone, but sung through generations? Because they remembered something we were never meant to forget. And now, as the climate warms, as the sands retreat, and as satellite eyes peel back the veils, the bones of Saraswati begin to rise again. What once was metaphor becomes geography. What once was myth becomes map, and with it, a question returns. If this was the river of memory, what did it once carry, and who built their temples beside her? Maybe the fire altars were more than ritual. Maybe the chariots of the gods were more than story. Maybe Saraswati was not merely a place, but a portal, a liminal zone where knowledge flowed between heaven and earth, a place where gods descended, not as rulers, but as teachers. But if they taught, what happened to their wisdom? Why did it break? Why did the river dry and the stars fall silent? Did we forget, or were we made to? And if the Rigveda remembers it, then who remembers the world before even that, the time before song, before fire, before the flood. A world where rivers did not just flow through lands, they flowed through light, as worshippers, but as listeners, not to believe, but to remember, because the Vedas were never meant to be read. They were meant to be heard, felt, lived. They carry a vibration older than any alphabet, older than any king or nation, older, perhaps, than humanity itself. And in their rhythm, beneath the chants and verses, a quiet truth waits. The flood did not wash it all away, not entirely, not forever. Somewhere beneath the soil, beneath the broken bricks and buried fire altars, beneath the fossilized echoes of a river once called Saraswati, the memory still flows. Maybe it was never lost, maybe it was buried, waiting for the right memory to return. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They say truth hides in riddles, not because it wants to be concealed, but because it must be earned, like light hidden behind many veils, or a star remembered only in dream. Across epochs, initiates whispered of a wisdom not taught, but awakened, not written in ink, but etched into the geometry of reality itself. And among the deepest of these echoes are the Emerald Tablets, not of Moses, not of the alchemists, but of Thoth, the Atlantean, the ibis-headed master of language, time, and resurrection. They are not made of emerald at all. They are not even tablets in the way we understand them, but they speak, oh, they speak, of lost continents and soul cycles, of the laws of one and the many veils of illusion, of a wisdom so old it no longer shouts, it hums. It is a hymn not meant for the ears. It is meant for the remembering. In 1925, a text appeared said to be translated from an ancient Atlantean tongue, channeled through the mystic Doriel. Mainstream historians dismissed it instantly. A hoax, a fabrication, a New Age pastiche. But the deeper reader felt a tremor, a familiarity, not with the words, but with the silence between them. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth describe a being not bound by time, a priest king from a land that drowned, an immortal who entered Egypt long before it was Egypt, and encoded the architecture of consciousness into the very stones of the earth. He called himself Thoth in Chem. But before that, he was a child of Atlantis. He writes of the great cataclysm not as a myth, but as a memory. He describes the halls of Amenti, hidden beneath the sands, not as metaphor, but as maps for the soul. And he speaks of cycles, not only of civilizations, but of spirits, rising and falling, forgetting and remembering, bound to matter until they are light again. And in this, the tablets become more than stories. They become instruction, a guide not for the curious, but for the ready. The language is poetic, yes, but deliberate. Symbols recur like constellations, the serpent of fire, the seven lords of space-time, the flower of life growing from the darkness of the void. Thoth describes how man is in bondage to what he believes, and how belief itself shapes the prison, and the key tells of beings from beyond this plane, of sons of the morning, of children of light who descended to seed knowledge. But like the watchers of Enoch, like the Apkallu of Sumer, like Viracocha in the Andes, their gift came with a warning, for with great knowledge comes great temptation, the temptation to control, to dominate, to forget. Thoth does not beg belief, he invites awakening. He speaks in riddles, not to confuse, but to filter, he says. Man must speak not of that which is sacred, unless he himself has seen the light. This is not a text for the eye. It is a mirror for the soul. So what do we make of it? Why does this modern-seeming document echo ancient Egyptian cosmology so precisely? Why do its laws, as above, so below, mirror the teachings of Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and even Vedic cosmology? Why do its diagrams, its language of rays and planes, match structures found in Mesoamerican temples, Tibetan mandalas, and sacred geometry alike? Is this a forgery, or is it a preservation? Consider, civilizations fall, but knowledge migrates. And what if some wisdom was so sacred it could only survive if disguised, encoded not in data, but in initiation? Myth becomes the ark, metaphor becomes the vault, and only those who feel the resonance will unlock its doors. The Emerald Tablets speak often of light, but not the light of the sun, the light of being, the inner radiance that precedes language. Thoth names it as a frequency, a pulse. He says it is the true fire, the fire that birthed the stars and the soul alike. And he warns that fire can lift you, but it can also consume you. He names 9 as the sacred number of initiation. He speaks of pyramids as more than tombs, but as instruments of harmonics, tuned to the stars and to the inner body. And he speaks of gates, gates not built with stone, but with memory, buried gates that open not with tools, but with awareness. The halls of Amenti, he writes, are not merely under the earth, they are under forgetting, hidden beneath the layers of who we think we are. So is this history. Is Thoth a god, a king, a symbol, a fragment of a lost priesthood? Or is he the echo of a wisdom too old to have a name? Perhaps Thoth is what remains, after fire, after flood, after time has worn every other truth down to silence. He ends the tablets with a promise that he will return when the world is ready, that the flame will not be lost, only hidden, and that all who seek the light with a pure heart will hear the call. We were taught to read history as a line, but what if it is a spiral? What if we are not climbing toward the future, but returning? What if every ancient myth, every lost tablet, every whispered warning is not from the past at all, but from a world ahead of us, trying to remember what it used to be? Some say the Emerald Tablets are fiction, but fiction does not explain the convergence, the way their words mirror initiatic rites of the ancient mystery schools, the way their geometry appears carved into the walls of Luxor, Palenque, Angkor Wat, the way their truths hum quietly in the Upanishads, in the Corpus Hermeticum, in the hidden heart of alchemy. This is not coincidence, it is convergence, a pattern, too persistent to ignore, like a code written in the fabric of time, waiting for each civilization to stumble upon it, translate it, and forget. For even the very name, emerald, holds alchemical significance. In ancient symbology, emerald was the stone of Venus, the stone of rebirth, of balance, of divine intelligence made matter, to encode wisdom into. Emerald is to say, this truth is beautiful, this truth cannot die. This truth reflects light in every direction, but only when held at the right angle. It is not the message that changes, it is the one who sees it. And yet, the Emerald Tablets do not offer comfort. They do not tell us who we are or what to believe. They tell us what we have forgotten. They speak of soul migration, of ages within ages, of dark brothers who enslave through fear and illusion, and of children of light who awaken the seed of memory in those who are ready. They speak of a war, not of armies, but of awareness, a war between the asleep and the awakened, between forgetfulness and flame. In one passage, Thoth describes the earth as layered, worlds within worlds, realities within realities, each vibrating at a frequency unseen by the other. He says the material world is the densest, the slowest, but there are finer realms, higher harmonics, and that man can ascend them through discipline, through clarity, through attunement to the light. And when this happens, he says, we do not travel, we remember. We rise not by movement, but by shedding. The tablets never scream their truths, they whisper. They say, all eyes do not see with the same light. They warn, seek not with greed, or fear, or pride, or the gates will remain closed. And they promise, when man conquers his lower nature, he shall wear the stars as his crown. This is not religion, this is resonance. Perhaps the tablets were never meant to be read by the masses. Perhaps they are a mirror, revealing only what we're ready to see. To the blind, they are nonsense. To the clever, they are myth. To the ready, they are a door, and that door leads inward, to the chamber behind the heart, to the pyramid within the skull, to the fire coiled at the base of the spine, waiting to rise. The ancients built with stone because stone endures, but the emerald tablets were never meant for stone alone. They are alive in architecture, in the symmetry of sacred sites, in the math of the pyramids, in the breath of the yogi, in the silence between thoughts. They are not one object, they are a pattern, and once seen, it cannot be unseen. So what are we remembering? Not the words, not even the teachings, but the place they came from. A world before this one, a civilization before Atlantis, a flame that descended from the stars, entered flesh, forgot itself, and now flickers back to life. The emerald tablets are not prophecy, they are not science, they are not myth, they are a signal, a tuning fork buried in time, waiting for the frequency of awakening to ring again. And when it does, the old codes stir, the hieroglyphs shimmer, the myths bloom with new color, and those who once walked among the gods, those who thought they were lost, begin to remember that they were never ordinary. They were initiates, sleeping stars, children of Thoth, seeds of the flame. So, if you feel the call, it is not new, it is ancient, it is not a question, it is the answer, rising. And when the next gate opens, it will not be in a cave or a temple or a desert. It will be inside you. Atlantis wasn't the beginning, it was just the first to drown. The Mahabharata, war before time, long before the atom split, before the bomb was born in metal laboratories. There was a blast, and not just any blast, a fire that turned the air to ash, a silence that followed louder than thunder, and a memory that was not supposed to survive, because somewhere, buried not in the earth, but in the language of myth, is a war too advanced for its own time, or perhaps too ancient for ours to remember. It is said the Mahabharata is not fiction, but recollection, a Sanskrit scripture echoing from a world before this one, a world that ended not with flood, but with fire. Across India, the Mahabharata is revered not as legend, but as Itihasa, that which was not imagined, but recorded, a chronicle of kings, lineages, and divine interventions. It spans over 200,000 verses, longer than the Iliad and the Odyssey combined. Yet, among its deepest layers is a war that defies time. Not just a war of chariots and swords, but of flying machines, energy weapons, beings from above. A war so vast it cracked the sky. The ancient name for these aerial craft is Vimanas, shimmering metal vehicles said to move not by fuel, but by thought, capable of vertical ascent, intercontinental flight, and speeds that bent wind into light. In the Vaimanika Shastra, a treatise attributed to the sage Bharadvaja, these crafts are described in precise, almost scientific detail. Metals to use, engines to construct, anti-gravity propulsion, invisibility, cloaking, even war protocols. But this was not science fiction. It was scripture. Then there are the weapons. The Mahabharata speaks of astra, divine technologies, each with their own spirit and code. The Brahmastra, the Agnyastra, the Narayanastra, weapons that responded to mantras, locked onto heat, and only obeyed those worthy enough to wield them. But one stands above the rest. The Brahmashirsha, a weapon so devastating it was said to annihilate time itself, to reduce generations to ash, to dry rivers, blacken skies, and sterilize the land where it fell. It was used once by Ashwatthama in vengeance, and the forest it touched did not grow for centuries. Now, here is where history begins to shiver. Thousands of years later, in what is now Pakistan, archaeologists uncovered the ruins of a city, Mohenjo-daro, a site once thriving with advanced drainage, metallurgy, and urban design, now vitrified, stone melted, skeletons fused to the ground, radiation still present in the soil, no volcanic eruption, no meteor impact, no plausible natural explanation, just a blast. A blast eerily similar to what the Mahabharata describes, a white-hot sphere of light, a thunder louder than 1,000 drums, men and animals consumed in an instant, hair and nails falling from bodies, food contaminated, water turned to poison, a nuclear signature from the Bronze Age. The timeline shatters under scrutiny. The epic itself is believed by some to be set in the Devapara Yuga, the Third Age, before the Great Reset and the war. It describes may not be between men and gods, but among gods who walked like men, devas and asura, celestial factions battling not for land, but for dharma, cosmic order, and when they lost control, the earth paid the price. This was not a myth of swords. This was a myth of machines. Even Krishna, the avatar of Vishnu himself, warns Arjuna of what will come, of the karmic chain reaction, of the souls that will be shattered, and of the knowledge that must one day be buried. And so it was. Hidden beneath poetic verse, disguised in parable, encoded in cosmology, because the Mahabharata does not end in glory. It ends in exile, in mourning, in the survivors walking away from a world they once ruled. The gods disappear. The Vimanas fall silent. The weapons are no longer summoned, and a new cycle begins. One where man forgets, where the ruins are reabsorbed by earth, where the knowledge is deemed forbidden, but memory doesn't die. It just waits for the right eyes to return. Why is it that in every ancient culture, war begins not in the sky metaphorically, but literally? From the sky came the beings. From the sky came the flame. From the sky came the reset. Whether it's Sumers, Anunnaki, Egypt's, Netcheru, or the watchers of Enoch, the sky is never empty, and what descends always brings knowledge. But also, or just one battle in a conflict that spans civilizations we've lost count of. Were the gods the architects of this realm, or the destroyers of the last and most haunting of all? Is that war truly over because fire leaves traces, and silence, when cracked open, screams? The ruins still glow in Mohenjo-daro. Satellite scans show crater-like depressions not caused by nature, and within the Mahabharata are warnings of the price of remembrance, because this knowledge comes with a cost. The more we remember, the more we risk reawakening what was meant to sleep. They say the Brahmastra could only be summoned once, but that's not a law of nature, it's a moral commandment, a vow, an ancient promise never to repeat the great erasure. But what happens when we forget the vow? Perhaps the Mahabharata was not written to inspire us. Perhaps it was written to warn us, to remind us of a fire we once touched, and the shadow it cast across lifetimes. Maybe we are not descendants of survivors. Maybe we are survivors who forgot we were once more than men. The gods did not vanish. They were mourned. The weapons were not lost. They were buried. And the truth was not erased. It was encoded, waiting for the age when we'd be reckless enough to seek it again. They say each yuga ends with dissolution, and each dissolution begins with arrogance. What if the war in the Mahabharata wasn't caused by greed, but forgetfulness? Not forgetfulness of culture, but of sacred law, of harmony with the cosmos, of what the weapons meant, not just what they did. The Mahabharata is clear. The weapons respond not merely to hands, but to hearts. They are tuned to the consciousness of the user. They will not serve the unworthy. But when that worthiness fades, and hands tremble with rage, the skies burn in some passages. The Pushpaka Vimana, a flying chariot said to be gifted to Rama, is described gliding through cloud and starlight, reflecting sunlight off golden wings. Elsewhere, Arjuna rides a craft with Krishna beside him, ascending to the heavens for counsel among divine realms. These are not metaphors of morality. They are records of motion, aerial ascent, cosmic travel. They hint at a time when the boundary between earth and sky, matter and spirit, was thinner, when the stars were not just symbols, but destinations. Across ancient India, temples were not merely houses of prayer, but maps, star charts carved in stone, architectural blueprints encoding the rhythms of celestial law. In Rojo, in Ellora, in Hampi, the axis of heaven was always aligned with the pillars of earth, and the Mahabharata, it reads like a rupture in that alignment. A war not just between men, but between dimensions, between those who remembered where they came from, and those who fell too far into matter. And now the echoes rise again. At Mohenjo-daro, samples taken from beneath the city show sand fused into glass, a phenomenon that occurs only under extreme heat, such as atomic detonation. In Rajasthan, near Jodhpur, a mysterious 3-square-mile zone remains unusually radioactive. Reports speak of entire generations that lived in its shadow with birth defects and sickness, long before any modern industrial footprint, locals tell. Stories of a weapon that burned the sky, that blinded even those who turned away, that carved shadows into stone. Are these the same shadows cast in the Mahabharata? And if so, why did no one warn us? Perhaps they did, in verse, in parable, in symbols too sacred for modern minds to decode, because to truly read the Mahabharata is not to look for history, but to feel it, to enter it like a trance, to remember it from within. And many who do dream of fire. In the war of Kurukshetra, every side believes they are righteous. Every warrior fights for Dharma. But the line between justice and vengeance blurs beneath the weight of divine weapons. By the end, victory tastes like Ashdod. Maybe that's the real lesson. Not that such wars happened, but that they were allowed to happen. That consciousness can devolve into chaos when knowledge is divorced from humility. That spiritual power, unanchored by compassion, becomes annihilation. The Mahabharata does not glorify the war. It mourns it. It kneels beside the corpses. It asks why, and it waits patiently for the next age to ask the same question. They say the Mahabharata began as song, a memory sung by bards who remembered before writing. It passed from voice to voice like flame until it reached Vyasa, who gave it form. But what if Vyasa did not write it? What if he simply witnessed it? What if some memories are too old to belong to one man? What if they belong to all of us? A man dreams of flying machines in meditation. A woman sees flashes of a burning city she's never known. Children draw weapons in the sky with no names. Are these fantasies or echoes, residual codes left in the soul? Because the Mahabharata says nothing that once was ever truly disappears. It simply waits to be remembered. And now we are remembering. The ruins are speaking again. The epics are rising again. The soil is trembling again. And somewhere in the silence between verses, the same war waits, not to be repeated, but to be understood, because the end of that war was not an end. It was a reset, a closing of one age, a warning to the next. And now we must ask, were they gods or were they warnings? Hermes, Trismegistus, and the primordial science. There are names etched in stone. And then there are names etched into the soul, not shouted in temples or carved on thrones, but whispered between initiates, spoken only when the stars align. And the memory stirs. One such name is Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great, the bridge, the echo, the key, not a man, but a transmission across the shifting sands of Egypt and the white marble of Greece. A singular figure appears, draped in robes of time and secrecy. To some, he is Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger of Olympus. To others, he is Thoth, scribe of the gods, keeper of balance, architect of time. But to the initiates of the mystery schools, he is something else entirely. A memory of the first world, a remnant of what came before the flood, before the fall, before the forgetting. The texts that bear his name are not scriptures, but instruments, the corpus hermeticum, the fragments woven into Arabic, Greek, Coptic, and Latin, carried like sparks across empires that had already crumbled, and within them a strange music, the principle of as above, so below, the unity of mind and cosmos, the transmutation of soul, not metaphor, but formula. We're told these are philosophical musings, early science, mystical poetry wrapped in allegory. But what if they're not? What if Hermeticism was never meant to be understood, only remembered? What if every sentence is a cipher, and every line a lock, waiting for consciousness to rise to the right vibration? A science, yes, but not of elements, of essence. Hermes Trismegistus does not teach in the way modern minds understand. He does not explain, he reveals, and only to those willing to unlearn. He speaks of Nous, the divine mind, that which imagines all worlds into being. He speaks of cycles of death, not as an end, but as return, of stars as gateways, of planets as intelligences. The soul is light and can be weighed, refined, lifted like gold. In the scrolls, he laments the future, a time when Egypt will forget its own gods, when the temples will be barren and the stars will be strangers, when men will chase knowledge but lose wisdom, when the sacred sciences will be mocked and the soul reduced to a chemical shadow. He foresaw us, but not to judge, to warn, because buried within the Hermetic texts is the technology to remember, not machines, but metaphysics, a technology of the inner world, where thought can shape form, where symbols are keys, where silence can speak louder than sound. This is the primordial science, what the alchemists called the great work, what the sages of India called tapas, what the mystery cults hid in plain sight through rites, geometry, and the movement of stars to transmute, not lead to gold, but self to soul. Hermes was not alone. The Druids held similar secrets. The Magi whispered the same formulas. Even the builders of Teotihuacan carved temples to mirror Orion, the same cosmic orientation Hermes encoded in the Emerald Tablets. The knowledge was global, but fragmented, guarded, encoded, not to be hoarded, but protected from misuse, because power without consciousness becomes ruin, and wisdom without heart becomes prison. In the Renaissance, the flame flickered again. Marsilio Ficino translated the Corpus Hermeticum in Florence. Alchemy reawakened. Astrology flourished. Temples became cathedrals of memory. Da Vinci, Bruno, D. All drank from this stream, but not all understood it. Secret societies rose. Rosicrucians, Freemasons, Hermetic orders. Each claimed fragments. Each built rituals like scaffolding, trying to reach what Hermes once was. But the source had already faded. Not gone, just veiled, waiting for us to see with inner eyes. The Kabbalion came much later, a 20th century echo of ancient rhythm. It spoke of the 7 Hermetic principles: mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect. Gender, not beliefs, but laws. Laws that shape the fabric of every seen and unseen world. But the Kabbalion is not the source either. It is a mirror, a distillation, a reminder of a science older than fire, written not in ink, but in light. And always, behind the symbols, stands the same figure, not old, not young, not bound to flesh or lineage, a presence that waits between dimensions, a custodian of memory. Hermes Trismegistus, Thoth, the Atlantean, the scribe of stars, the voice behind the veil. So what are we remembering when we read these texts? A past, or a blueprint, a mythology, or a lost instruction manual for awakening? Maybe the primordial science was never buried. Maybe we are the ones buried under distraction, under noise, under false light, and Hermes is calling us back, not to study, but to transform, not to repeat, but to ascend, because the soul remembers, and the light never forgets. They say, time moves forward, but Hermes teaches otherwise. He says, time is not a line, but a spiral. a serpent devouring its own tail, the Ouroboros, the cycle of return, the pulse of creation and collapse, and creation again. We call history is only memory wearing masks, and what we forget returns in ancient temples. The initiates knew this. They walked labyrinths not as symbols, but as maps of the inner cosmos. Every chamber a layer of the psyche, every pillar an axis between worlds. Hermetic knowledge was embedded in stone, in the golden ratios of the pyramids, in the resonance chambers of Saqqara, in the hidden measurements of Solomon's temple. These were not places of worship, they were machines, architectures of awakening, calibrated not for the body, but for the soul. But the temples were not enough. The flood came, sometimes with water, sometimes with war, sometimes with forgetfulness, and so the knowledge was scattered across tablets, scrolls, glyphs, and star maps, buried in allegory, encoded in myths. Because the guardians knew one day the world would be veiled in shadow again, and only those with inner fire would be able to reignite the flame. What modern minds call New Age was once the oldest science, a discipline of light, of consciousness, geometry, of breath and vibration, of tuning the self like an instrument to the harmonic law of the all. But we have unlearned the music, forgotten the tone. We know the symbols, but not the sound. Still, something stirs. Why do so many now feel drawn to hermetic texts, to pyramids, to star alignments? Why does the figure of Hermes appear again and again in fiction, in dreams, in intuition? Because cycles do not sleep, because the memory never dies, because the soul, though buried, still burns. We are not at the end. We are nearing the threshold. There is a teaching hidden in the silence between hermetic lines, that creation is not a thing that happened, it is happening right now. With every breath, every thought, every forgotten fragment that stirs in the blood and the soul. The real soul is not in the body is in the soul. Perhaps Hermes Trismegistus was never a man. Perhaps he was and is a frequency, a code, a guardian of the sacred law, not to be worshipped, but activated. And if the tablets are true, then the path is not upward, but inward, back through memory, back through vibration, back to the stars, back to the light before the flood. The primordial science still lives, in symbols carved, in temples buried, in you and when enough awaken. To remember, Hermes will return, not as a figure, but as a flame, and perhaps he never left at all. The temple inscriptions of Abydos. Some things last longer than temples, not carved myths, not gods in stone, but whispers etched in rock, resisting decay, refusing to be erased. In Abydos, in Upper Egypt, lies a temple of memory, a place where timelines blur, where time itself seems to tremble. Within the temple of Seti, on a wall hidden behind layers of plaster, sit hieroglyphs that do not belong. Whatever they are, they speak in the language of futures, machinery, flying, discs, submarines, tanks with treads, helicopters with rotors, fuselages passing beneath a winged solar disk. These are not Egypt's known symbols. They are not gods with feathers or serpents. They appear, modern dot, and yet they are carved in sandstone by hands that predate modern flight. Skeptics call it palimpsest, an overlap of symbols, layers misread, coincidences in erosion. But what if it's not erosion? What if it's preservation? Because the temple was built over an older temple. And in ancient Egypt, layers of construction were layers of memory, a ritual of burial within memory, so that the old story survives the new. The inscriptions at Abydos aren't the only anomaly. Visit Denbra, climb beneath the Hathor temple. Ahead lies the hypogeum, a hidden room where the ceiling is carved with a barn-burning lamp held by a figure, light streaming as if powered. Some call it a lamp. Others suggest electron illumination. And nearby, silent corridors lead to the Osirian, a chamber of water, darkness, and echo dedicated to Osiris, god of death and resurrection. Its foundation sits below the ground, as if waiting for something to rise. All three sites, Abydos, Dendora, Osirian, are tied not to life alone, but to death, rebirth, and timelines erased. They are temples of transition. Carnal Egypt ascending to cosmic Egypt, bodies buried beneath bowls of water, memories buried beneath memory, and in that burial, fragments remain. Consider Abydos, again Seti, I built over an older shrine. That shrine had its own murals. Perhaps they were hidden, perhaps erased, but the artists still carved. And when the plaster was removed by archaeologists more than a century ago, there it was, a layering of eras, a ghost in stone. Was it an accident or an intentional message? A way for past minds to speak into the future. The imagery is precise. Thin discs flying overhead, a fuselage beneath, a helicopter rotor above. All carved within traditional hieroglyphic squares, not modern drawings, but ancient memory transcribed through ancient methods, at high resolution, at improbable resolution. If this was coincidence, then why do the Egyptians seem to never erase it completely? Because hidden memory is still memory. Seti-I's priests may have tried to cover it, but their successors left it, buried beneath clean plaster, a sealed memory, a message in waiting there. Is no translation for the symbols, no scroll explaining their purpose, only the image, only the anomaly. This is how the past becomes a signal, not a story, but a question. If a civilization deeper than ours had flying craft, why wouldn't they recall it? Not as prophecy, but as fact. If they had submarines, or vehicles with recoil, why wouldn't they show them? Especially if those vehicles belonged to a world wiped from history. Temples of death were also temples of time. Dendora's ceiling aligns to Sirius Osirian, sits beneath the temple of Seti-I, mirroring the underworld's cosmic axis. Abydos was the necropolis of Osiris, the burial ground of early pharaohs. In his temple, you cross the river, you face the judgment, you pass into the unseen. But what if the judgment was not for a soul, but for memory? What if those inscriptions were meant to survive the flood of forgetfulness? It's not just machines, it's timelines. Egypt's Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, all came and went. Names changed, gods changed, but symbols remain. Ghost images carved in consensus, not erased, preserved, waiting. Archaeologists disagree. Engineers scoff. Historians apologize. But memory is not academic. It is stubborn. It persists. So we return again. A flying disc, a submarine, a tank shape. 3 anomalies carved into a temple of death. They don't belong there, yet they remain. because maybe the ancients were not recording a myth. Maybe they were reminding that the world had once flown, that weapons had existed, that someone had been lost, and that memory is not always linear. If these inscriptions are truth, then we must ask, who flew, who sank, who treaded, and why did they not found more kingdoms when they had such power? Because power without wisdom becomes ruin, and so they vanished, or were forced to vanish, or decided to leave this planet entirely. Temples. Remember, they record in stone what the scribes cannot. They preserve not history, but resonance. A resonance we can still feel. A Abydos doesn't shout, it hums. A vibration, a trace, a flicker in the deep. We see the shapes, we feel the echo, and we are asked what else has been hidden, what else has been sealed in sacred silence. What other anomalies sit behind plaster, behind ritual, behind forgetting? Because if they carved machines into a temple, then those carvings were not art, they were memory, and memory is not always kind. It demands to be remembered. Maybe the priests of Seti meant to hide it, but the message was deeper. If memory cannot be destroyed, then erasure becomes a failed act of creation, and truth still speaks. These walls whisper. Across millennia, they do not shout, but neither do they lie. They remind that time is not linear, that history is layered, and that the past can survive long after language has died. The flyby, the submarine, the tank, not myth, perhaps memorial, perhaps warning. And if Abydos speaks in riddles, perhaps our technology does too. Maybe our machines today echo theirs. The pattern repeats, and we, too, may end up as carved memory on temple walls we no longer worship. Maybe they weren't recording war. Maybe they were preserving warning. Mount Meru and the axis of all realms. There are places in myth that feel less like stories and more like whispers of geography. Not just landscapes, but echoes. Places where heaven once touched earth, and the memory of that intersection survived. The fall. Mount Meru is one such place. Across Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist cosmology, it is not merely a mountain. It is the axis mundi, the cosmic pivot upon which worlds revolve, the sacred center of the universe, a memory of divine origin, so ancient that time itself orbits around it. In the oldest Vedic hymns, Mount Meru is described not in Earth's terms, but in cosmic terms, a golden mountain crowned with precious metals, encircled by 7 seas, radiating the light of creation, a place where gods walked, spoke, and shaped worlds, not as myth, but as memory coded into the structure of the cosmos. Temples built across time attempted to echo its shape, pyramids, stupas, pagodas, all replicating its tiers, so that when the initiate looked upward, they remembered the axis, pointing inward. But Meru is not isolated. It resonates in the Norse the world tree that links underworld, earthly realm, and heavens. It trembles in the Mayan Waka-chan, the central Ceiba tree of creation, around which 4 directions and 4 worlds coalesce. Even Plato, writing of Atlantis, describes a ringed island of gold and mountain rising from the Sitha image of Meru pasted into Mediterranean memory. Is this convergence coincidence, or is it the imprint of one archetypal axis remembered across civilizations? Mount Meru is not a mountain on maps. It is a cosmic organizing principle. Center, axis, door. It suggests that the sacred center is not found outward, but inward. That heaven once met earth at one point, and that point was everywhere, in man's heart, in the temple's design, in the alignment of stars. To find Meru is not to ascend a peak, but to locate the axis within. In Buddhist cosmology, Mount Meru stands at the center of Jambudvipa, the human realm, surrounded by continents of gods, demigods, and realms of suffering. At its summit live sages untouched by time, whose thoughts shape destinies. But those sages did not reach Meru by climbing. They reached it by transcending, by removing the veils of illusion, by aligning inner center to the cosmos. It is a symbol, but also an instruction. Hindu myth adds layers, 5 peaks, each staffed by a guardian deity, the summit housing Brahma himself, the base being circled by a fiery river. Meru stands above the flood of ignorance. This flood is not metaphor either. It is a cycle, a cataclysm of forgetting, repeated across ages. And yet, the mountain remains because memory is deeper than loss. If Meru is the cosmic axis, then maps that remember it are maps of remembering. Mayan temples oriented to cardinal points. Egyptian temples aligned to Orion or Sirius. The ziggurat of Urur-Uru crising like Meru in miniature. The axis is always the same, not because cultures copied each other, but because they shared origin. Meru is map, temple is map, myth is map. And all point inward to the center that was never lost. In Jain tradition, Meru is encircled by concentric continents and oceans, a layered cosmology of realms with different inhabitants, halos of dwelling carved in thought, realms within realms. This is fractal mythology, the idea that the cosmos repeats its center in every atom, every human, every world. Meru is not a singular point. It is the pattern of existence, rippling through scales. What if we treated it not as astronomy, but as memory, a way to recall that our cities, our nations, our temples all encoded the axis, forgot we once possessed, that the very idea of center is not earth-based, but soul-based. Plato's Atlantis, an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, ringed by bronze, silver, and gold, ruled by kings appointed from high descended from divine stock. What if Atlantis was just another Meru, a center grown in myth after flood erased the island, a remnant imprinted in memory, carried across shores, another attempt to grasp the axis, another culture trying to remember heaven in matter. Every time a civilization builds a temple, aligns a city, or carves a story, it is trying to trace Meru. But Meru is never found on satellite maps. It is a geometry of consciousness, a shape of soul. When modern eyes see it only as metaphor, they do not realize they are glimpsing a reflection of their own center. Why remember in myth? Because myth survives when facts drown. Mapping the axis in story was safer than mapping it in stone, because stone can be broken, erased, rebuilt. But if Meru is inside, you can burn temples, but only at the cost of forgetting. This is the tragedy of modernity. We erect monuments to achievement, but we fail to locate the axis. Within, we measure outward, we collapse upward, but the center remains dormant. Mount Meru was never a tourist destination. It was not geography. It was theology, cosmology, a living memory, and yet it's still alive in abandoned shrines, ruined stupas, broken pyramids, Scattered myths. To remember. Meru is to re-center. It is to locate equilibrium, to anchor oneself in the starry axis, even as the world spins beneath, to whisper to the flood of forgetting, I remember the center. I do not dissolve in illusion. I align. Maybe Meru was not lost. Maybe it was buried, not beneath volcanic ash, but beneath empire, scripture, dogma, and now it waits. Waiting to become human again, not as mountain, but as presence. Perhaps we are survivors of Meru, bearing its geometry in blood, its axis in spine. The world lost its center, but not its children. And when we feel the call, not outward, but inward, to seek the alignment, to remember the axis, that is Meru calling us home. There are those who say Mount Meru is a star map, that its form mirrors the shape of a black hole or the axis of galactic spin, that it encodes the geometry of precession, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis over 25,920 years, a hidden clock built into the myths of many peoples. The Mayans called it the Great Year. The Egyptians carved it into Dendros ceiling. The Vedic sages embedded it in yuga cycles. And still, at the center of all these clocks stands Meru. The idea is staggering, that the axis is not just spiritual or planetary, but celestial, that Meru is a memory of when humanity still lived in rhythm with the stars, still aligned its lives, its temples, its very breathing to the pulse of the cosmos, and that perhaps in some ancient age, before flood, before fall, before forgetting, our ancestors stood at the foot of that axis and understood, not through language, not through scripture, but through direct communion. The way stars speak without words, the way mountains hum without song. In Tibet, it is said that Meru once shone like crystal, a luminous tower of light, not stone, visible only to the awakened, gone now because we lost the eyes to see it. In the Book of Enoch, the watchers descended upon a mountain, not to teach, but to corrupt, to sever man from the axis, to tilt the center just enough that memory would fracture into myth. We were not meant to be untethered. Every temple, from Angkor Wat to Borobudur, from Chichen Itza to Karnak, was a tether, a grounded memory of the axis dot. And when they were abandoned, we began to drift. The myths turned into bedtime stories. The axis turned into metaphor. The flood turned into allegory. And the soul turned outward, forgetting it ever knew the way home. But Meru does not forget. It is the still point. In every turning cycle, the mountain behind the mountain, the whisper behind the chant, and those who seek it in ruins may find only stone. But those who seek it in silence, in stillness, in dream, they may hear the hum again. They may feel the pull like gravity. On the soul, a call to rise. And remember, because the center has not vanished, it has only gone quiet, waiting for one who walks not with maps, but with memory. And in that remembering, the axis will rise again, not as monument, but as being. Let the world turn, let empires fall, let the flood return. Mount Meru does not move. It is the place the gods stood when they created the world, and it is the place humanity will return to when the stars remember our names. Maybe it was never just a myth. Maybe it was the original instruction. Find the center. Stand still. Remember where the worlds connect, and perhaps that is why we're still searching, not for a mountain, but for the axis we lost inside ourselves. Let us now descend further, to the stones, the gates, the warnings carved in ancient walls, for what was once the axis of heaven became the echo in temple, and then the whisper in hieroglyph. And in those inscriptions, something strange was left behind. Symbols, no one was meant to decipher. Shapes no god should have known. The next memory waits beneath the stone of Abydos. Piri Reis and the forgotten cartographers. They say you cannot map what you have never seen, yet the ancient world whispers otherwise. For buried beneath centuries of conquest and ice, beneath libraries burned and coastlines erased, there remains a cartography not of conquest but of memory, drawn not for trade nor empire, but to remember what was before the forgetting dot. And sometimes those fragments survive in 1513. An Ottoman admiral named Piri Reis unfurled a parchment that would shatter the known shape of the world. It was a map, but not just any map. Upon its yellowed skin was etched a vision of the world that shouldn't exist, a coastline, unmistakably South America, but also, curving along the lower edge, something else, a bulge, a landmass, Antarctica. But here's the enigma. It showed the continent without ice, hundreds of years before we officially discovered it, thousands of years after it was supposed to be buried beneath glaciers. How? Piri Reis claimed he did not draw it alone. He compiled it from older maps, charts from ancient seafarers, he wrote, drawn in the time of Alexander the Great and before. But what seafarers could have known of Antarctica, not as a frozen tomb, but as a temperate land with visible coastlines, free from the grip of the southern ice cap? Satellite imaging in the 20th century confirmed what few wanted to admit. The ice-free profile shown on the Piri Reis map matched the subglacial topography of Queen Maud Land. Beneath 2 kilometers of ice, it should be impossible, unless it was copied from a chart made before the ice came. And if that's true, then we must ask, who was drawing maps before the last glacial period ended? And who were they drawing them for? Piri Reis was not alone. His map is just the first crack in a greater cartographic mirror, one that reflects a world that no longer fits inside modern timelines. In 1531, the Orontius Phineas map appeared. It too showed Antarctica, but this time in even greater detail. Mountain ranges, river systems, ice-free coastlines with natural harbors. None of these were verified by science until the 20th century, when seismic surveys confirmed what lay beneath the Antarctic sheet. Then came the Boische map, 1737. It portrayed the continent split by an inland waterway, just as radar mapping would reveal centuries later the presence of vast subglacial lakes and trenches beneath the polar surface. Each map separated by centuries, each speaking a language no academic can fully decode, each describing a world that should not have been visible to the human eye, unless someone long ago saw it. The modern world assumes history is a staircase, step by step, discovery by discovery, a linear path from ignorance to enlightenment. But these maps disrupt that pattern. They do not follow the staircase. They imply a cycle, a memory of knowledge gained and then lost, a wave that once crested and then was swallowed by the flood. Because if these maps are copies of copies, echoes passed down from a forgotten era, then we are staring into a pre-flood archive, a geographic legacy left behind by a seafaring civilization that understood latitude, longitude, and spherical geometry before it was taught in Enlightenment salons. A people who had measured the earth, not in theory, but in practice, not in myth, but in mapdot. Could these have been the navigators spoken of in the stories of Atlantis? The great mariners of Tepi, the antediluvian watchers who circled the globe in ages before memory? Or were they survivors, fragments of a shattered world, keeping a record of what was lost beneath the waves? Some scholars have tried to dismiss the anomalies. They say the resemblance is coincidence, that the maps are artistic projections, that the landmasses are misidentified. But such explanations ignore the precision. Peary Race not only depicted the correct longitudinal relationship between South America and Africa, he accounted for the curvature of the earth. Centuries before the invention of the chronometer that made such calculations possible, the Orontius Phineas map, 2 placed rivers where rivers do in fact flow, but are now buried under glacial ice. What are the odds that multiple maps from multiple sources, all made centuries apart, all accidentally depict the world as it looked before the Ice Age? The probability collapses. We're not looking at coincidence. We're looking at a puzzle, one whose pieces have been scattered by time, conquest, and deliberate erasure. The question is not whether they had the knowledge. The question is why we've forgotten it. The word cartography means more than just map-making. In its roots, it implies tracing, an imprint, a memory of terrain. But what if the terrain was not just geographic, but mythic? What if these maps were not merely tools for sailors, but sacred scrolls meant to preserve a memory of a world before ours? A world where the poles were not frozen, where civilizations thrived on coastlines now drowned, where the sky and stars aligned with ancient temples because they were built under a different sky, where the continents looked different because the earth itself was younger, not in years, but in cycles. And in those cycles, the mapmakers walked before us. They crossed oceans we forgot existed. They etched coastlines that would one day vanish beneath ice, and they left behind breadcrumbs, fragments, for those who would one day rediscover them. We are those rediscoverers. So who were these forgotten cartographers? We do not know their names, only their echoes. They may have been Atlanteans. They may have been the sons of Enoch, or the bearded gods remembered by South American myth, who came from the sea and brought knowledge of stars and navigation. What matters is not the label. What matters is the legacy. These maps, impossible as they seem, are not errors. They are invitations to remember that human history is not a line, but a spiral. That knowledge is not always born. Sometimes it is remembered, and that every coastline we've forgotten was once walked by those who remembered the shape of the world. Before the ice, before the flood, before the forgetting. Maybe they weren't just drawing maps. Maybe they were drawing warnings. Coordinates not just in space, but in time. A cartography of memory, waiting for the right eyes to open again. Because if they really saw Antarctica before it froze, what else did they see before it was buried? The Colburn Bible, a British Atlantis. Not all scriptures come from temples. Some are hidden in the earth, buried not in sand, but in silence, guarded not by priests, but by those who remember in the wind-swept cloisters of Celtic Britain, beneath the veil of monastic quiet, one such manuscript endured, not in gold leaf, not in canon, but in soot-darkened script, bound by reverence and sealed with fear. It was called the Kolbrin, a forbidden chronicle, a sacred inheritance, and perhaps the last surviving voice of a world erased. The Kolbrin Bible is unlike any other, not a single book, but a compendium, part Egyptian, part Celtic, bridging worlds we were, never taught to connect dot. Some say it was smuggled from the ashes of Alexandria, carried north by those who knew what was coming. Others believe it emerged from the Druidic memory banks, scribed after fire devoured the ancient groves. But either way, it was hidden, not lost, hidden, preserved by monks, kept secret by orders that understood the price of memory. For the Kolbrin does not read like allegory. It does not speak in myth. It speaks in history, grim, direct, and devastating. And what it tells changes everything. It begins not with a garden, but a cataclysm, a visitation not from gods, but from the destroyer, described as a fiery celestial body that crosses the heavens at intervals, bringing earthquakes, fire, and flood, and erasing entire civilizations. It is not named as a deity, but as a force of orbit, a rogue planet, a cycle of destruction embedded in the rhythm of the stars. Sound familiar? Across cultures, this cosmic force reappears under different guises. The Sumerians called it Nibiru. The Hopi warned of the red Kashina. The Egyptians named it Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of vengeance. But in the Kolbrin, it is not worship. It is feared, described in the tone of survivors. Tell us what was lost. The Kolbrin's oldest texts, known as the Books of the Bronze Book, speak of a time before recorded time. They describe advanced cities, metallic ships, engineered temples, and peoples who could command the natural world, not with wands or spells, but with knowledge, sacred science, the forgotten marriage of spirit and structure. And then came the fire. The destroyer passed overhead, the sky groaned, the seas boiled, and all that was built cracked and drowned. This was no mere flood myth. This was a precision account, a blow-by-blow of tectonic convulsions, celestial firestorms, and a world torn open. And what emerged after was not legend, it was memory fractured, language reset, knowledge reduced to myth. The Kolbrin is not content to describe the fall. It documents the aftermath, the migrations, the survivors who wandered, the knowledge keepers who fled their crumbled sanctuaries to seed the next age. And here, the narrative shifts from ancient Egypt to ancient Britain. Yes, Britain, the misted isle, the land of druids and bards. But in the Kolbrin, it is not primitive. It is post-cataclysmic, a receiving ground for exiles of an older world. It tells of strange visitors who came by sea tall, golden-skinned, with piercing eyes and stonecraft beyond the native understanding. They brought star lore, they brought memory, and they built among the megaliths, leaving echoes in the stone rings and long barrows of Albion Atlantis. It seems, may not have sunk beneath the sea. It may have migrated. Its flame may have flickered. In Britain, many scholars, of course, scoff at the Kolbrin. They call it a forgery, a fabrication, a pious hoax, and yet its references to global cataclysm eerily align with geological records of mass extinction events. Its star charts match precession cycles only calculated by modern instruments. and its language, stripped of mythic flourish, bears the tone of a people who remembered, not just imagined. But the question lingers: if it was fraud, why preserve it in secret? Why guard it like treasure across centuries of war and empire, unless someone feared what it contained? The cauldron's pages also speak of prophecy, of cycles repeating, of the destroyer's return, of a coming age when the stars will bleed and the earth will tremble once more, not in religious fire and brimstone, but in astronomical recurrence. It describes signs in the sky, breakdowns of order, and the reemergence of ancient truths once suppressed. The destroyer is not just past, it is future, a rhythm, a return. And those who hid the cauldron may have done so not to conceal the past, but to warn the future. U.S. There is another thread that binds the cauldron to the forbidden past. Its overlap with the Exodus in the Egyptian portion, the books of gleanings. We read of plagues, rivers turned to blood, and the flight of slaves during a time of planetary chaos. It mirrors the biblical tale, but from the other side, as if the Hebrew Exodus was not the story of liberation alone, but the local memory of a global catastrophe. In the cauldron, we don't see divine punishment. We see celestial mechanics. A wandering body disturbs Earth's magnetic and tectonic balance, triggering a chain of events that renders empires helpless. If true, then the Exodus, the flood, and even the sinking of Atlantis may be echoes of the same event, not mythic layers, but geological harmonics, a shared scar across civilizations once thought isolated. But perhaps what's most haunting about the cauldron is not what it says about the past, but what it says about us. The text warns of a generation that forgets the warnings, that abandons the old science, that laughs at prophecy and silences the watchers. A generation that worships distraction over memory, and by doing so, invites the return of the flame. And here we are. Our maps are broken, our calendars reset, our skies filled with noise, not stars, but the cauldron remains quiet, waiting. Its pages still whisper, not to the priests, not to the kings, but to the rememberers, to those who feel the tremor beneath the silence, to those who dream of fire in the sky and cannot say why. So what is the cauldron? A hoax, a prophecy, a relic of a forgotten science? Maybe it's all of them. Maybe it doesn't matter, because the power of the cauldron is not just in its content, but in its existence. A book that was never supposed to survive, did, and like all forbidden things, it survived for a reason, to remind us that the sky once burned, that the sea once rose, that the destroyer once passed, and it may come again. Maybe Atlantis didn't drown in the sea. Maybe it burned in the sky. Maybe its memory lives on, not in ruins, but in warnings, etched not in stone, but in scripture, waiting to be read by those with ears, not for doctrine, but for echoes. Nan Madol, the city on coral bones. There are places in this world where time forgets how to move, where silence presses down like memory, and the stones, too heavy, too precise, speak a language no living tongue remembers. Off the remote shores of Pohnpei, in the warm currents of Micronesia, there lies such a place, a city not carved from a continent, but assembled atop coral bones, a megalithic labyrinth, afloat on the ocean's skin. Its name is Nan, M-A-D-O-L, and no one knows who built it or why. They call it the Venice of the Pacific, But this comparison is shallow, a modern metaphor for something far older, stranger, and unexplainable. Nan Madol consists of 92 man-made islets, built from basalt columns stacked like logs, weighing several tons each. Bridges, seawalls, canals, all sculpted with geometric precision. Black volcanic stone arranged in massive configurations, rising eerily from shallow lagoons where no quarries exist. There are no written records, no local memory of construction, only legends, and in those legends, stones do not roll, they float. The native tales say the city was built by twin sorcerers, Olasipa and Alasipa, who came from a faraway land, bringing forbidden knowledge and a vision for a sacred city. They summoned the stones with chants. They guided them through the air with magic. They placed them upon the coral in patterns known only to the gods. This is dismissed as myth. But what if it's metaphor, not magic, but technology? A kind of levitation, a method of transporting stone without wheels, cranes, or beasts of burden. The same whispers echo across the megalithic world. In Baalbek, in Cusco, in Giza, the builders moved impossibly large stones, not with muscle, but with frequency. And at Nan Madol, the pattern returns. There are no roads leading to Nan Madol, no harbors, no docks, no visible infrastructure to support its construction. And yet, the basalt logs, some up to 50 tons, had to be transported from quarries at least 25 miles away, across open ocean. How? Archaeologists shrugged. They call it a mystery, or they don't speak of it at all. But some have gone deeper. They've tested the area with magnetic sensors, and what they found does not align with nature. There are anomalies, electromagnetic distortions, zones where compasses spin and instruments malfunction, as if something was once active here. As if the stones remember a pulse now silenced to the casual eye. Nan Madol is a ruin, but look closer, and it becomes a machine. Its layout is deliberate, not random, not decorative, but encoded. Canals aligned to solstices, chambers aligned, 2 stars, basalt structures, layered in harmonic grids, like ancient tuning forks embedded in the reef. This was not a city for the living. It was a memory station, a sanctum of initiation, or perhaps a beacon built to resonate with something celestial or subterranean. And maybe it wasn't the only one. Across the Pacific, in myths of Lemuria and Mu, we find echoes, legends of a sunken land, a vast prehistoric civilization that stretched across Polynesia, Indonesia, and even parts of South America. It is said to have been a culture of light, a people of telepathy, vibration, and sacred geometry. When their world fell beneath waves or fire, they didn't vanish, they fragmented, left behind outposts, way stations of memory, to wait, to watch, to preserve. Could Nan Madol be one of these, a Lemurian colony, or a surviving node from something even older? Its architecture, cyclopean and silent, seems to remember something we've forgotten. Nan Madol also carries a strange psychological weight. Local islanders do not go there after dark. They speak of spirits, of a presence that lingers. It is not just superstition, it is reverence. The city was once called the City of the Dead, not because of graveyards, but because it was built for beings no longer here. The walls were not made for humans. They tower too high. The passageways, too narrow, as if built for another kind of body, taller, stronger, more luminous, giants. Some say and again. The myth repeats, from the Book of Enoch to the Popol Vuh, from Irish Fomorians to the Viracachas of Peru. Legends speak of a race of watchers, sky beings, titanic architects of the megalithic past, and when the flood came, they vanished, but their cities remained. Mainstream history offers no real answers for Nan Madol. They estimate its construction began around 900 AD, but the methods unknown, the purpose speculative, the builders forgotten. Some suggest it was a seat of political power, others a ceremonial center, but that doesn't explain the weight of the stones, the eerie electromagnetic fields, the sacred geometry, the resonance with other impossible sites across the planet. Nan Madol doesn't belong to the timeline we've been given. It belongs to the silence between timelines, to the layers erased by flood, fire, and forgetfulness. What if Nan Madol was never meant to be found? Not in the sense of discovery, but in the sense of reawakening. What if its stones were arranged not just for shelter, but for signal? And only now, in an age of satellites, frequency, and digital noise, are we rediscovering what they were truly built to do? What if they're not ruins, but reminders set in place by a people who knew the cycle would return, who placed their knowledge not in paper, but in patterns, sacred ratios, silent chords of basalt echoing into time, and now we walk among them. Tourists snap pictures. Archaeologists label them primitive island builders, but the city waits quiet, drenched in salt, heavy with memory. Some say it speaks to those who listen, not in words, but in dreams, in frequencies, in déjà vu, a whisper through stone. We were here, we remembered. Do you? The coral beneath Nan Madol is dying. The waters rise, the bones dissolve, but for now, the city still stands, a fragment of a forgotten world, a hymn in black basalt, us anchored to the Pacific floor, waiting for someone, anyone, to remember how to read it. Maybe Nan Madol was never a city. Maybe it was a circuit, a key, a chord strummed across oceans by hands that understood the soul of stone. And maybe the moment we forget again is the moment the sea rises to reclaim it. The Dead Sea Scrolls and the War of the Sons of Light. Some stories are not told. They are buried deep beneath stone, silence and sand, not to be forgotten, but to wait for an age when memory would awaken, when symbols would return, when the war would begin again in the caves above Qumran, in the parched shadows of the Dead Sea. Such a memory stirred. And when it was finally uncovered in the 20th century, the world was not ready. They called them the Dead Sea Scrolls, but in truth, they were not dead at all. They were preserved not by chance, but by design, by a people who believed history is not a line, but a cycle. And in that cycle, some things always return. Among the hundreds of ancient fragments, prayers, laws, cosmologies, there was one scroll unlike the rest, a hidden war text, the war of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness. It reads like prophecy, but it's written in the past tense, as if the battle had already happened, as if it was remembered, not foretold. 7 battles, 7 years, an angelic army clad in white, infantry with detailed gear, trumpets of iron, banners of flame, cities reduced to dust. There is no metaphor, no parable, only strategy. The sons of Light were led by the archangel Michael. Their enemies, the sons of darkness, included the Kittim, a shadowy empire, often linked to Rome or something even older. But this wasn't just earthly warfare. This was cosmic. It was a war of realms, of frequencies, of light codes and divine orders. And what's more, the scroll gives logistics, columns of warriors, tactical formations, types of weaponry, bronze shields, spearcasters, units of 5,000, not myth manual. The question arises, if the Essenes, those strange desert mystics who kept these scrolls, were merely religious scribes, why record a celestial war in such militaristic precision? What had they seen, or what had they survived? The Essenes did not believe in a beginning or an end. They saw time as breath, exhale, return, exhale again. They spoke of ages, great turns of the wheel, and they believed they lived in the final echoes of a world already broken. They withdrew from society, not out of fear, but remembrance, as if trying to keep something sacred alive through a long winter of forgetfulness. Their texts, found in clay jars, wrapped in linen, were copied by hand, generation after generation, a devotion not to belief, but to memory. They preserved stories that did not belong to their time, or perhaps no time at all. In the scrolls, the calendar is different, aligned to cosmic rhythms, not political cycles. The language is precise, mathematical, astrological, as if composed by minds trained not only in scripture, but in geometry of the divine. And among the scrolls are traces of something even more forbidden, a text called the Book of Giants. In it, the offspring of Watchers, those ancient beings from the heavens, war with one another after the flood. Names appear: Gilgamesh, Oja, Mawe, figures who shouldn't belong to Hebrew myth, but instead drift through Sumerian and Babylonian memory. Why were the Essenes preserving this? Because they knew the stories weren't separate. They were fragments of the same broken mirror. What if the War of the Sons of Light was not just a story, but a preserved trauma? An account of a cataclysmic battle, not in our history books, but in the memory of the soul. The kind of war that shatters civilizations, rewrites bloodlines, and leaves only symbols behind. And what if the Sons of Light weren't just men? What if they were the remnant of a priestly order, a lineage of knowledge keepers dating back to pre-flood times? Atlantean survivors, keepers of flame, carriers of the true calendar, the original law, the gnosis that precedes all dogma. Their enemy, those who distort, who bind truth in empire and shadow. The sons of darkness were not evil in the cartoon sense. They were the forgetters. And in every cycle, this war returns. There is a reason the scrolls were hidden, a reason they were found. Now, in our time, because the Essenes were not writing to their contemporaries, they were writing to us, to those who would live in an age of artificial light, synthetic memory, digital noise, an age when the ancient wars would replay, not on battlefields, but in the soul. And in such a time, some would remember, not through faith, but through resonance. Modern historians call the scrolls religious, but that word falls short. They are technologies of memory, encoded in symbol, preserved in ritual, hidden in stone. They are survival mechanisms from a time when floods came not only from water, but from forgetting. And in their descriptions of the final war, there is a pattern. It begins with corruption. then concealment, then revelation, then fire, a purification not just of land, but of consciousness. The war of the sons of light is not coming. It's always been here. It is fought in language, in law, in how we remember time, origin, self. The weapons are not always metal. They are ideas, truths buried beneath institutions, memories stolen by systems, and every few thousand years, something breaks the cycle. A fragment of the old light returns, and the war begins again. So what were they waiting for? Not a savior, not a sign. They were waiting for alignment, for the heavens to shift, for the stars to return to the same coordinates, for the veil too thin, just enough. They preserved the scrolls as an offering to the future, to those who would live in the final recursion of the wheel, to us. The cave still echoes. The papyrus still bleeds rust into the linen. The sand still remembers where the scrolls were hidden, and beneath the dust a whisper lingers. You are not the first, but you may be the last to remember. The Mahabharata, war before time, long before the atom split, before the bomb was born in metal laboratories. There was a blast, and not just any blast, a fire that turned the air to ash, a silence that followed louder than thunder, and a memory that was not supposed to survive, because somewhere, buried not in the earth, but in the language of myth, is a war too advanced for its own time, or perhaps too ancient for ours to remember. It is said the Mahabharata is not fiction, but recollection, a Sanskrit scripture echoing from a world before this one, a world that ended not with flood, but with fire. Across India, the Mahabharata is revered not as legend, but as Itihasa, that which was not imagined, but recorded, a chronicle of kings, lineages, and divine interventions. It spans over 200,000 verses, longer than the Iliad and the Odyssey combined. Yet, among its deepest layers is a war that defies time, not just a war of chariots and swords, but of flying machines, energy weapons, beings from above, a war so vast it cracked the sky. The ancient name for these aerial craft is Vimanas, shimmering metal vehicles said to move not by fuel, but by thought, capable of vertical ascent, intercontinental flight, and speeds that bent wind into light. In the Vaimanika Shastra, a treatise attributed to the sage Bharadvaja, these crafts are described in precise, almost scientific detail. Metals to use, engines to construct, anti-gravity propulsion, invisibility, cloaking, even war protocols. But this was not science fiction, it was scripture. Then there are the weapons. The Mahabharata speaks of Astra, divine technologies, each with their own spirit and code. The Brahmastra, the Agnyastra, the Narayanastra, weapons that responded to mantras, locked onto heat, and only obeyed those worthy enough to wield them. But one stands above the rest. The Brahmashirsha, a weapon so devastating it was said to annihilate time itself, to reduce generations to ash, to dry rivers, blacken skies, and sterilize the land where it fell. It was used once by Ashwatthama in vengeance, and the forest it touched did not grow for centuries. Now, here is where history begins to shiver. Thousands of years later, in what is now Pakistan, archaeologists uncovered the ruins of a city, Mohenjo-daro, a site once thriving with advanced drainage, metallurgy, and urban design, now VITRIFIED, stone melted, skeletons fused to the ground. radiation still present in the soil. No volcanic eruption, no meteor impact, no plausible natural explanation, just a blast. A blast eerily similar to what the Mahabharata describes, a white-hot sphere of light, a thunder louder than 1,000 drums. Men and animals consumed in an instant, hair and nails falling from bodies, food contaminated, water turned to poison, a nuclear signature from the Bronze Age. The timeline shatters under scrutiny. The epic itself is believed by some to be set in the Devapara Yuga, the Third Age before the Great Reset and the war. It describes may not be between men and gods, but among gods who walked like men, devas and asuras, celestial factions battling not for land, but for dharma, cosmic order, and when they lost control, the earth paid the price. This was not a myth of swords. This was a myth of machines. Even Krishna, the avatar of Vishnu himself, warns Arjuna of what will come, of the karmic chain reaction, of the souls that will be shattered, and of the knowledge that must one day be buried, and so it was. Hidden beneath poetic verse, disguised in parable, encoded in cosmology, because the Mahabharata does not end in glory, it ends in exile, in mourning. In the survivors walking away from a world they once ruled, the gods disappear. The Vimanas fall silent. The weapons are no longer summoned, and a new cycle begins. One where man forgets, where the ruins are reabsorbed by earth, where the knowledge is deemed forbidden. But memory doesn't die. It just waits for the right eyes to return. Why is it that in every ancient culture, war begins not in the sky metaphorically, but literally? From the sky came the beings. From the sky came the flame. From the sky came the reset. Whether it's Sumer's, Anunnaki, Egypt's, Netcheru, or the Watchers of Enoch, the sky is never empty. And what descends always brings knowledge. But also, or just one battle in a conflict that spans civilizations we've lost count of. Were the gods the architects of this realm, or the destroyers of the last and most haunting of all? Is that war truly over? Because fire leaves traces, and silence, when cracked open, screams. The ruins still glow in Mohenjo-daro. Satellite scans show crater-like depressions not caused by nature, and within the Mahabharata are warnings of the price of remembrance, because this knowledge comes with a cost. The more we remember, the more we risk reawakening what was meant to sleep. They say the Brahmastra could only be summoned once, but that's not a law of nature. It's a moral commandment, a vow, an ancient promise never to repeat the great erasure. But what happens when we forget the vow? Perhaps the Mahabharata was not written to inspire us. Perhaps it was written to warn us, to remind us of a fire we once touched, and the shadow it cast across lifetimes. Maybe we are not descendants of survivors. Maybe we are survivors who forgot we were once more than men. The gods did not vanish. They were mourned. The weapons were not lost. They were buried. And the truth was not erased. It was encoded, waiting for the age when we'd be reckless enough to seek it again. They say each yuga ends with dissolution, and each dissolution begins with arrogance. What if the war in the Mahabharata wasn't caused by greed, but forgetfulness? Not forgetfulness of culture, but of sacred law, of harmony with the cosmos, of what the weapons meant, not just what they did. The Mahabharata is clear. The weapons respond not merely to hands, but to hearts. They are tuned to the consciousness of the user. They will not serve the unworthy. But when that worthiness fades, and hands tremble with rage, the skies burn in some passages. The Pushpaka Vimana, a flying chariot said to be gifted to Rama, is described gliding through cloud and starlight, reflecting sunlight off golden wings. Elsewhere, Arjuna rides a craft with Krishna beside him, ascending to the heavens for counsel among divine realms. These are not metaphors of morality. They are records of motion, aerial ascent, cosmic travel. They hint at a time when the boundary between earth and sky, matter and spirit, was thinner, when the stars were not just symbols, but destinations. Across ancient India, temples were not merely houses of prayer, but maps, star charts carved in stone, architectural blueprints encoding the rhythms of celestial law. In Rojo, in Ellora, in Hampi, the axis of heaven was always aligned with the pillars of earth, and the Mahabharata, it reads like a rupture in that alignment. A war not just between men, but between dimensions, between those who remembered where they came from, and those who fell too far into matter. And now the echoes rise again. At Mohenjo-daro, samples taken from beneath the city show sand fused into glass, a phenomenon that occurs only under extreme heat, such as atomic detonation. In Rajasthan, near Jodhpur, a mysterious 3-square-mile zone remains unusually radioactive. Reports speak of entire generations that lived in its shadow, with birth defects and sickness, long before any modern industrial footprint, locals tell. Stories of a weapon that burned the sky, that blinded even those who turned away, that carved shadows into stone. Are these the same shadows cast in the Mahabharata? And if so, why did no one warn us? Perhaps they did, in verse, in parable, in symbols too sacred for modern minds to decode, because to truly read the Mahabharata is not to look for history, but to feel it, to enter it like a trance, to remember it from within. And many who do dream of fire. In the war of Kurukshetra, every side believes they are righteous. Every warrior fights for Dharma, but the line between justice and vengeance blurs beneath the weight of divine weapons. By the end, victory tastes like Ashdod. Maybe that's the real lesson. Not that such wars happened, but that they were allowed to happen. That consciousness can devolve into chaos when knowledge is divorced from humility. That spiritual power, unanchored by compassion, becomes annihilation. The Mahabharata does not glorify the war. It mourns it. It kneels beside the corpses. It asks why, and it waits patiently for the next age to ask the same question. They say the Mahabharata began as song, a memory sung by bards who remembered before writing. It passed from voice to voice like flame until it reached Vyasa, who gave it form. But what if Vyasa did not write it? What if he simply witnessed it? What if some memories are too old to belong to one man? What if they belong to all of us? A man dreams of flying machines in meditation. A woman sees flashes of a burning city she's never known. Children draw weapons in the sky with no names. Are these fantasies or echoes, residual codes left in the soul? Because the Mahabharata says, nothing that once was ever truly disappears. It simply waits to be remembered. And now we are remembering. The ruins are speaking again. The epics are rising again. The soil is trembling again. And somewhere in the silence between verses, the same war waits, not to be repeated, but to be understood, because the end of that war was not an end. It was a reset, a closing of one age, a warning to the next. And now we must ask, were they gods or were they warnings? Atlantis, in Plato's own words, there is a silence in history, a silence that hums. It does not speak in textbooks or timelines. It pulses beneath them, in symbols, in stone, in stories that refuse to die. And of all these stories, one stands, taller, louder, older, like a mountain long submerged beneath the sea of memory. Atlantis, not the New Age fantasy, not the comic book utopia, but the original echo, not as whispered by fiction, but as written in Plato's own hand. The year is roughly 360 BCE. Plato, philosopher of Athens, writes to dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. They are not myths. They are not allegories. They are framed as historical records, drawn from a conversation between statesmen and philosophers. And according to Plato, the source was older still. Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver, had traveled to Egypt generations earlier. There, priests of Sais shared with him a memory of a civilization so ancient, Athens itself was but a newborn in comparison. A memory inscribed on temple walls, a tale not of fantasy, but of the distant past, a past lost to flood and fire. In Plato's account, Atlantis was real, a vast empire that existed 9,000 years before his time. That's not poetic. That's a number, a date. It was an island, continent beyond the Pillars of Heracles, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, larger than Libya and Asia combined, a naval power, a priestly dynasty, a kingdom of 10 kings. Its architecture was circular, its capital surrounded by rings of land and water, concentric and radiant, its people of noble birth and divine descent. Atlantean kings were said to be the sons of Poseidon himself, born of a mortal woman named Cleito. The bloodline was hybrid, part divine, part human. Their technology was staggering. They built temples plated in orichalcum, a metal lost to us. They mastered irrigation, engineering, astronomy. They harnessed hot and cold springs, aligned their cities to celestial patterns, carved mountains to match the stars. This was not a primitive people. This was something else. And yet, for all their glory, the Atlanteans fell, corrupted by power. Drunk on their own dominion, they waged war on the world and on themselves. And then came the end. A single day, a single night. The earth shook, the sea swallowed, and all was lost. Not symbolically. Geologically. Modern scholars dismiss Plato's tale as metaphor, a political parable, a warning about hubris. But Plato never calls it myth. He insists it is history, passed down from the priests of Egypt to Spawn, from Ceylon to Dropids, and eventually to him. 3 generations, a chain of memory. Why lie? Why encode such elaborate detail, names, locations, measurements, if the point was simply political? Unless it wasn't a warning, it was a record. The priest in Plato's story chastised Solon. You Greeks are always children. You have no memory. In those words, a wound, and perhaps a truth. Because the flood did not just drown cities, it drowned remembrance. Atlantis was not the first civilization. It was the first to fall. The first to leave behind a riddle so deep its echo still ripples through time. Let us isolate Plato's words. Strip away centuries of distortion. Let us hold them like a relic. He does not describe an imaginary land. He provides dimensions. The plain of Atlantis, 3,000 stadia long, 2,000 wide. Mountains to the north, ocean to the south. A canal from the sea cutting through rings of land and harbor. Bridges, aqueducts, temples, aligned to heavenly bodies. These are not the brushstrokes of myth. They are the measurements of memory. And when we compare his geography with Earth's ancient coastlines, something strange begins to emerge. Modern bathymetric scans of the Atlantic reveal underwater plateaus, sunken ridges, strange geometries. Not far from the Azores, a volcanic island chain west of Portugal, lie seamounts, terraces, and trenches, as if a continent once stood here, then cracked. We find magnetic anomalies, submerged structures, cores drilled from the seafloor, showing layers of sediment disturbed. Roughly 11,000 years ago, the exact window of Plato's date. And then there's the Sahara dot in Mauritania. The eye of the Sahara, or Richet structure, spirals out from the desert like a fingerprint carved into earth. Its concentric rings mirror Plato's capital city, 3 rings of water, 2 of land, surrounded by mountains, fed by rivers. Dismissed as a geological oddity, but it's roughly the right size, the right proportions. Even the presence of orichalcum-like minerals has been detected. Coincidence or remnant? And if Egypt was the bearer of Atlantean memory, what of the pyramids, the Sphinx, the Assyrian? Why do they date the founding of their civilization to Tepi, the first time in era when gods walked among men, when cosmic order was laid on earth? Why do their priesthoods speak of floods, of destruction, of knowledge brought by survivors? Plato's source was Egyptian. Their timeline predates history. We are not talking about one myth. We are talking about a broken legacy, scattered across continents, encoded in temples, aligned to stars. Across the globe, the pattern repeats. In India, tales of Lanka, a golden city swallowed by the sea. In Mesoamerica, the 7 caves of Chikamostok, origin point of divine tribes. In Polynesia, stories of Mu, a sunken land of light-bringers. In Sumer, the city of Eridu, ruled by sages before the flood. Always the same rhythm: rise, glory, corruption, destruction, memory. Plato wasn't inventing Atlantis. He was remembering it, or rather, trying not to forget. What if Atlantis was not a place, but a phase, a civilizational frequency, the golden octave before collapse? What if it seeded the priesthoods of Egypt, the megalithic builders of Peru, the calendars of the Maya, the star lore of Aboriginal tribes? What if it did not vanish, but echoed forward? In stone, in story, in blood, we are told Atlantis is a fantasy. But what if that denial is part of the forgetting? What if to remember Atlantis is to awaken something dangerous? A memory older than language, a guilt older than empire. What if our age, like theirs, stands on the same precipice, drunk on power, blind to alignment, deaf to the turning of the stars? And what if that day, that night, comes again? Plato ends his account abruptly. The dialogue, Critias, breaks off mid-sentence. No conclusion, no closure. As if the memory shattered even as he wrote it, or as if he said too much, and in that silence, we are left with a choice: to dismiss the tale as dream, or to feel the tremor beneath our feet. And remember, because Atlantis wasn't the beginning, it was just the first to drown, and beneath the waves of history, its pulse still lingers. The eye of the Sahara, Atlantis remembered. Somewhere beneath the silence of the desert, a memory stirs. It doesn't rise like a monument. It doesn't shine like a relic. It spirals outward like a ripple fossilized in time, not carved by hands, but perhaps remembered by them. They call it the Eye of the Sahara, but the ancients may have known it by another name, a name buried beneath ocean myths and philosophers' ink. Atlantis, in the desolate heart of Mauritania, West Africa, lies a structure too large to be seen on foot, too symmetrical to ignore from the sky. It spans over 25 miles in diameter, a series of concentric rings, alternating bands of high and low land, light and dark, mountain and basin, a perfect geological fingerprint taught to the casual observer. It is strange. To the seeker of old truths, it is haunting, because somewhere in Plato's Critias, written 2,400 years ago, a near-perfect description of this site is waiting, hidden in plain sight. Plato wrote of a city encircled by 3 rings of water and 2 rings of land, surrounded by mountains to the north and opening to flat plains to the south, a central island, a canal linking it to the sea, a civilization once rich in metals, especially orichalcum, and blessed with abundant hot springs, elephants, and rare stones. He gave dimensions. He described a capital city and a fertile plain 2,000 by 3,000 stadia, roughly 200 by 300 miles. Now compare this to the Richet structure. Rings, present. Mountains to the north, present. Plains to the south, vast and unmistakable. Hot springs, yes. Rare metals in the surrounding geology, confirmed. Elephants, ancient fossils scattered across the Sahara, confirm they once roamed freely. Coincidence or memory? For decades, the Eye of the Sahara was thought to be an eroded dome, a collapsed geological bubble, an accident of wind and water. But its perfection resists dismissal. Its symmetry challenges erosion theory, and its alignment to Plato's data points is so unnerving. Some scientists now whisper what was once unspeakable. What if the Sahara wasn't always dry? What if this land once thrived with rivers, forests? What if it was not the ruins of Atlantis we couldn't find, but our assumptions that blinded us? Because in Mauritania, Atlantis doesn't lie beneath the ocean. It lies beneath our prejudice. The Sahara pump theory, once fringe, now mainstream, tells us this desert was not always a wasteland. Every 10,000 to 15,000 years, monsoon cycles shift. The desert becomes green. Lakes form, rivers cut deep canyons. The last of these green Sahara periods, roughly 11,000 years ago, the exact timing Plato assigns to Atlantis' destruction. During this period, water would have flowed around, and possibly into the Eye. A navigable sea may have once connected the interior to the Atlantic. The canal Plato describes, not symbolic, but seasonal. Satellite imagery has revealed ancient riverbeds, some the size of the Nile, winding through the western Sahara. They lead from the coast toward the Richet, buried under thousands of years of sand. They hint at a time when this land was alive and possibly inhabited. And if the memory of a once great city was passed down, through Egyptian priesthoods, to Solon, to Plato, would it not be dismissed by modern minds that have forgotten how to listen? But why is the rich structure ignored? Why is it not front-page news? Because the implications are disruptive. If the eye is Atlantis, then not only is Plato's account correct, but our entire model of ancient history unravels. Atlantis, we are told, is a myth, a warning, a fiction. But myths don't come with blueprints, and warnings don't include longitude. So the Richet must be dismissed, labeled coincidence, or pseudo-archaeology, anything but the possibility that we were wrong. Yet the details mount. Geologists confirm the structure was exposed to massive flooding events. Oceanic fossils and sediment have been found far inland, and beneath the eye, magnetic anomalies have been detected, not unlike those found near other ancient megalithic sites. Some researchers believe the outer rings once held water trapped during the wet Saharan periods. Others suggest signs of human settlement around the perimeter. Though digging in the region remains politically sensitive, too sensitive, perhaps because if this is Atlantis, then Africa becomes the cradle not just of mankind, but of a lost global civilization. Then there's the mineral wealth. Mauritania is rich in copper, gold, and rare earth elements. These match Plato's descriptions of a land gleaming with orichalcum, a lost alloy of copper, gold, and mystery, and on the shores of the Sahara, salt, once more valuable than gold, the white gold of the ancient world, stored, traded, preserved. Is it so hard to imagine a coastal civilization, perhaps even a maritime empire, rising here? One whose memories would become myth, whose collapse would become silence. And yet something lingers. Even today, the Tuareg nomadic tribes of the Sahara speak of a lost city beneath the sands. They call it the land of the dark rocks, a place of circular walls, sunken temples, and forgotten gods. And in Mali's Timbuktu, once a seat of ancient knowledge, manuscripts speak cryptically of the sea that once reached the desert. The eye looks upward, but its memory pulls us down. We must ask, if the Richet structure is not Atlantis, why does it match Plato's account better than any location ever proposed, better than the Azores, better than Santorini, better than the Caribbean? It is not buried. It is not underwater. It is simply ignored, because truth doesn't always hide in darkness. Sometimes it hides in brightness so glaring we look away. The greatest secrets are not those that are kept from us, but those we refuse to believe. The eye of the Sahara may be many things: a geological wonder, a natural coincidence, a misunderstood anomaly, or it may be what remains when memory turns to stone and waits. Because Atlantis wasn't lost in myth, it was buried in sand, and the eye does not blink, it remembers. The builders who measured the world, before there were maps, there was memory. Before borders, there was alignment. Before language, there was the measure, etched not in paper, but in stone. Across every continent, separated by oceans and eons, civilizations built with astonishing precision. They shaped temples, observatories, and tombs with such exactitude that modern tools still strain to replicate their silence. But what if their true achievement wasn't the building, but the knowing, not just how to quarry or move stone, but how to measure space, time, and earth itself? From the wind-swept circles of Stonehenge to the celestial pyramids of Giza, From the vast city grid of Teotihuacan to the mirrored symmetry of Angkor Wat, they followed the same laws, used the same ratios, worked from a geometry older than empires, and spoke in a measurement that predates all written words. Some call it the megalithic yard, a unit so precise, 2.72 feet, that it appears in monuments across thousands of miles and millennia. Coincidence or inheritance? The megalithic yard was first proposed by researcher Alexander Thom, a man of numbers, not myths. He surveyed hundreds of stone circles across Britain and France, and found a recurring unit, not a guess, not an average, but a mathematical constant. He discovered that ancient builders were not placing stones arbitrarily, but following astronomical alignments with a unit of measure tied to the earth itself. They encoded solstices, lunar standstills, eclipses, all with stunning accuracy. And it wasn't just in Europe, across the Atlantic. In Mexico, Teotihuacan's Avenue of the Dead mirrors a similar scale. In Egypt, the dimensions of the Great Pyramid divide the circumference of the earth perfectly. In Cambodia, Angkor Wat's proportions mirror the movements of Venus, the same fingerprints, the same math, the same hidden language of light and stone. But how could they know? No shared writing, no trade networks linking them all, no satellites, no GPS, and yet they all measured the world as if they remembered it from above. Some researchers believe these units, like the megalithic yard, aren't arbitrary. They're derived from natural harmonics, the dimensions of the earth, the cycles of the moon, the rhythm of the heavens, an ancient science, not of superstition, but of resonance. The ancients understood something we have forgotten, that space isn't just emptiness. It has shape, it has rhythm, it has meaning. They built in accordance with the cosmos, not to control it, but to harmonize with it. Their temples were not just places of worship, they were frequency chambers, timekeepers, calendars etched in megate, and the measurements they used were not tools of domination, but bridges between man and the divine. Then come the ley lines, invisible paths that stretch across the earth, linking sacred sites in baffling alignment. Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid, Machu Picchu, Easter Island. When mapped, they form not chaos, but geometry. Some ley lines span continents, others form star patterns on the ground. Ancient travelers claimed to feel energy along them. Some called them dragon paths, others spirit roads. Modern instruments detect magnetic anomalies along these lines. Some researchers believe they trace the Earth's natural energy grid, a planetary nervous system. And what do we find along these lines? Monuments, temples, tombs, all precisely placed, as if the builders knew where the world hums. The deeper you look, the less it feels like random ingenuity, and more like inherited precision, a sacred science, passed down in whispers, whispers carved into lintels, encoded in angles, buried in proportions. Some say it came from Atlantis, others say it descended from the stars. But wherever it came from, its echoes remain. Consider this: if these cultures were isolated, if there was no contact, how did they all measure the same way? How did they all encode pi, phi, and the speed of light into megaliths long before science could name them? Why do their most sacred numbers, 432, 108, 144, appear again and again, from Vedic temples to Norse cosmology to Mayan calendars? Because numbers do not lie. and stone does not forget. This isn't about rulers and inches, it's about pattern, about memory that lives in architecture. We have built skyscrapers, but we've forgotten the sky. They built stone circles, but remembered the circle of time. In Bolivia's Tiwanaku, some stones were carved with tolerances finer than our modern machine tools. In Petra, entire facades are aligned to solstices. In China's pyramids, golden ratios lie buried beneath farmland and denial. This isn't isolated genius. It's a network, a legacy, a blueprint. But why hide it? Because the truth is destabilizing. If the ancients were not primitive, if they were not guessing in the dark, then the rise of modern science is not a beginning, but a recovery. If sacred geometry is real, then consciousness shapes matter. Then the world isn't just physical, it's spiritual in structure. And if these units, these alignments, these numbers were left behind like breadcrumbs, then the path home is still open. Somewhere beneath the ruins, beneath the noise of history, beneath the academic dismissal, the builders whisper. They left us tools, not of conquest, but of remembrance. They measured the world not to own it, but to listen to it, and now the stones are speaking again. The question is, do we still know how to hear them? When the ice melts, the truth returns. When the silence is deep enough, stone begins to speak. When the darkness lasts long enough, memory becomes light. And when the ice melts, the truth returns. Not loudly, not all at once, but like a whisper, rising from the depths, from beneath glaciers, deserts, jungles, salt and silt. It has always been there, buried, preserved, watching, waiting for the heat of remembrance to thaw. What was sealed? The ancients knew something we are only beginning to remember, that time is not linear, that forgetting is a cycle, that what disappears into myth eventually returns as history. They built their warnings into temples, inscribed their memories into stone, encoded prophecies in symbols and geometry and sacred sound. They knew that fire would consume libraries, that sand would bury cities, that ice would erase landscapes, but they also knew that nothing remains hidden forever. The scrolls we now study, the Book of Enoch, the Kolbrin, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Emerald Tablets, all speak not in fantasy, but in echoes. They remember a world that broke itself, a world swallowed not only by floods and fire, but by amnesia. And the deeper we look, the more we realize these weren't myths, they were maps, not to treasure, but to truth. The melting glaciers are not just a climate crisis, they are a revelation. They are pulling back the veil on everything we thought we understood in Antarctica. Satellite images hint at symmetrical shapes beneath the ice. In Greenland, ancient riverbeds, long entombed, now bleed into view. In the Himalayas, relics once trapped in permafrost rise like ghosts, remnants of pilgrims, scripts and structures older than memory. As the world warms, it remembers, and that memory is dangerous. What have we already found and buried again? Peary. Race drew Antarctica centuries before its official discovery. The Dogon people described Sirius B before any telescope could confirm it. The Mahabharata spoke of divine wars and sky machines millennia before modern warfare. Were these fragments or forewarnings? And if we are rediscovering what was once erased, what does that make us? Children of amnesia, or seekers of the buried? Flame, even in the sands of Egypt, the desert recedes to reveal forgotten tombs. In the Amazon, LiDAR uncovers city grids beneath dense canopy, proof that civilizations once flourished where none should have. And in the oceans, sonar scans uncover massive geometric anomalies, step pyramids, roads, and terraces, too vast, too aligned, too deliberate to be dismissed as nature's accident. Everywhere, the forgotten world is surfacing, and with it, the questions grow louder. Why were so many myths obsessed with cycles? Why did they fear the return of something? A comet, a destroyer, a flood, a flame. Why did they write not in stories, but in warnings? The Kolbrin speaks of the destroyer, a rogue force in the sky that brought fire and upheaval. The Maya tracked Katans and Bactans, believing the world passed through periodic resets. The Sumerians recorded kings who reigned before the flood for tens of thousands of years, and in Egypt they told of Tepi, the first time a golden era shattered by calamity. Everywhere, the same pattern, the same rupture, the same fall, and the same hope that someday the memory would return. But they didn't just preserve the trauma, they preserved the technology of the soul through symbols, through resonance, through proportion, light, and sound. From the Emerald Tablets to the temples of Dendora, from the alignments of Teotihuacan to the design of Stonehenge, they encoded how to remember, not through textbooks, but through initiation, through vibration, through awakening, through the moment when a soul hears something ancient and feels it was always there. We were not meant to read history. We were meant to remember it, to pull it back into wholeness, to feel its truth in our bones, not just our books. And perhaps that is why the ancients built in stone, not for glory, not for gods, but because stone survives the flood, because stone can wait now. The waiting ends, the ice recedes, the veil thins, the ruins rise, and beneath our feet the earth begins to hum again. The ley lines awaken, the patterns re-emerge. The great clock of the world ticks forward towards something we feel but cannot name. What if all of this, the scrolls, the maps, the myths, the monuments, what if it was all left for us? Not as a curiosity, but as a test, a breadcrumb trail through darkness, a sacred echo calling us home. They knew we would forget, but they also knew we would seek, that we would question, that we would feel the pull of truth buried in stone. And so they whispered across time, when the ice melts, the truth returns. But here is the question, was it meant to warn us or awaken us? Were we meant to fear what lies beneath the glaciers, or to remember who we were before the frost? Maybe it's both, because sometimes truth is not given, it is earned, dug out, bled for, recalled in dreams and symbols and stories. Truth isn't always revelation. Sometimes it's return. The ancients are not gone. They are not myth. They are not shadow. They are in the architecture of the world, in the symbols we dismiss, in the ruins we call impossible, in the codes we are only just beginning to understand. And they are whispering now, not to everyone, just to those who remember, to those who see the patterns, to those who feel the ice cracking. This was never about discovering Atlantis, or proving a theory, or rewriting textbooks. This was about returning to a memory buried in us, a memory written in stone, sealed in ice, and passed through bloodlines. And now the final frost melts, and the truth doesn't rise. It awakens,